Good evening, guys, and welcome out to Revolution. We're going to be looking at why we should not pass over Easter. And so we're going to be looking at two videos that I made. I wrote an article in 2005, and I made a video on that after it became published in, I think it was 2007 or 2008. And about 2009, I made my first video. And while I was in Pakistan in 2015, I think it was, or maybe 2016, I did my second part to that. And so basically video number 1 is article 1 and 2. And video number 2 is article 3. So if you go to my website, easterau.com. So it's very simple, easterau, one word.com. It's got the two videos. You can just watch them straight away there. You can go to article 2 there, article 3 there. Video links. So this is basically article 1, why we should not pass over Easter. And so I'm going to be going through my videos and explaining why we should not pass over Easter. And I'm opening this up to an open discussion. If anyone wants to join, they can just go to this StreamYard link. I'll even put this link in the chat so anyone can just jump on. And so, yeah, if you want to jump in, talk about Easter. Now, I am going to be going through my articles, and I do want to try and keep it on the topic of Easter. If you do have any other things that's Textus Receptus related or anything, I can talk about that. But we do have quite a lot of material to go through. So my first article was written in 2005. Okay, so I wrote the article. I sent it to a friend of mine, Philip Powell. Now, Philip Powell used to be the General Secretary of the Assemblies of God here in Australia. And so he quit in about 1992, 93, because there were so many false prophets entering into the Assemblies of God churches that he decided that it was better for him to leave. And so he tried warning people. He tried to show people where, Benny Hinn was off the wall and Rodney Howard-Browne was a false prophet, and it was falling on deaf ears. And we see where the Assemblies of God Church ended up here in Australia. Basically, it ended up being Hillsong. That was their main church, and most of the other little churches around Australia have followed Hillsong, unless they're very small and sort of independent. But you could sort of see the way that it headed. It ended up being very money-driven, very much based upon certain charismatic individuals, rather than just the Bible, the Word of God, and things like that. And so Philip used to run a magazine called Contending Earnestly for the Faith. And he had about 8,000 subscribers to that magazine that he brought out. Sometimes it was like 3 or 4 times a year. And so I was in contact with Philip. I used to run his website. And he said, have you got any articles? So I said, well, I've written this, why we should not pass over Easter. So I sent it to him. And he put that in his magazine. So I'll try and get that. Easter Nick Sayers. So this became quite popular. Answers in Genesis ran with it. I might type in CETF and see if that comes up. Here we go, Easter Passover. So that was the 1st of March 2008. So you can see that for a long time I've been thinking about these things. I know that Bryan Ross has written a book recently on the Easter Passover issues. Primarily, we would be in agreement in that book probably, 98% of the time, but we do disagree on the conclusion, and so I'm going to be talking about that. Now, if anyone wants to join in, chat, talk about these things, ask questions about Easter or Passover or anything like that, feel free. So Christian Witness Ministry. So you can sort of see the type of things that he was talking about, like many times it was just sort of doctrinal apologetics. CETF was probably the best magazine that he'd get in Australia at the time for Christians, for a discernment type of ministry. There are others, but they tend to be everyone's the devil. There's just no one sort of saved sort of thing, where CETF was very well balanced. And now they were friends with, I guess you would call it, Moriel magazine, Jacob Prasch. Now Jacob Prasch challenged me to a debate on this back when this article came out, because they were friends, and he said, who's this Nick Sayers guy? Doesn't he realize that Easter's a pagan thing, and as if I didn't explain it in my article. And so, but he actually backed out of that. So that was Moriel, Jacob Prasch. He backed out of that debate. I think it was because he read through my article. Now, the following year, I was able to put up another article, which was basically just part 2. And so I might just try and find that. Christian Witness Ministries, Nick Sayers, Easter. And it's great that these are still online. It's very good. And so I should really have these things linked, but unfortunately, Philip Powell passed away a few years ago, and the group that's now running his church don't seem to have the same vision, the apologetic type of vision that Philip Powell had. And so so just trying to find it. Anyway, I'll open up the Answers in Genesis one, because they did run with a lot of my ideas. So let's go to Nick Sayers. Yeah, Nick Sayers suggests that the word Easter is of German origin, and it talks about that. And then it footnotes me down the bottom here why we should not pass over Easter. So even though this website here is a bit of a throw together, it's very hard to read, but it does have all the information. I have linked it to my Textus Receptus website as well, and I have all that information there. I'm not sure. Maybe I can find Easter here. I don't want to waste too much time just looking for these articles. Christmas and Easter, is Easter pagan? Okay, it looks like editorial stuff. Here we go. Yeah, part 2. Great, it does have it. That's good, because I'd prefer to probably read from their articles. So yeah, 2008, that was the first article I'd ever really written, and so it became quite popular. 2009, the very next year, they allowed me to do a part 2, and I talked about the King James Version, etc. And then I did a part 3, and I sent it to Philip Powell, but at the time, I'm not really sure why he didn't run with it. I think he didn't realize, like in the article, I I didn't thank him. I sort of thanked, Answers in Genesis and a few other groups, and he was sort of a bit miffed that I hadn't sort of thanked him for, putting the articles up. And in a sense, the only reason I didn't do that was because he was going to put it in his magazine. So it seemed a little bit weird to sort of say, hey, thanks to this magazine. It was like, of course I'm thankful. That's why I'm doing a third article in your magazine, So I don't. He did mention that to me, and I was like, oh, okay. And then he just never really went with it, and so I thought that's cool. But so what I did after 2009, I realized there was quite a lot of publicity for this article. So it appeared, in quite a well-respected magazine with 2 articles. Answers in Genesis ran with it. There was also Jonathan Safati. So I might go to part 3 here. And so... yeah, Jonathan Safati of Creation Ministries International. So he asked Easter and Good Friday. So there were some other claims that I made in the article that Jesus didn't die on a Friday, he died on a Thursday. Jonathan Safati didn't like that, so he sort of left that out of his article. Now, he has actually updated this since. And I think he sort of realized that I'm a bit of a King James guy, so he has sort of moved this away from being, the King James is correct sort of thing. So he actually says Jesus died on Good Friday, which I'm going to talk about tonight. I don't think it's good mathematics. He talks about, basically, he sort of gets my article, Woodrow, the 2 Babylons. He gets a lot of my information and uses it. It seems like he's actually taken me completely. Oh, no, here it is. The following article is very informative. Nick says, why we should not pass over Easter, contending earnestly for the faith, 2008. So he recognized, so that was last updated 2023. So he must be constantly updating these things. And so if you don't know who Jonathan Safati is, he's a very interesting guy. I'll show you Safati chess. This is Jonathan Safati here. He's a creation scientist from Australia. It hasn't got the picture of him here. Maybe I should just go to images. Here he is. This is Creation Ministries International. He's Jonathan Safati. You might be able to see that picture, but it's him blindfolded, and he's playing 12 opponents in chess. And so he's just sitting there, just at a table. So that's the type of level that Jonathan Safati's at with, with his intellect, I guess you say. He's a very smart guy. He's written a lot of books. Now, he is very, very anti-KJV TR defense. And I've, talked to him. I've seen him on Facebook and said, hey, what about this? What about that? And just asked him a few questions. And the next thing you know, he's threatening me with a lawsuit and saying, just because I copied and pasted something that he said and I was talking about it, he said, you've copied and pasted my copyrighted material, because as soon as I say something or write something down, it's copyright. It was just like, come on, man. Like, you're on Facebook. This is where we argue ideas, and you've copied my article. I was glad. Not like I'm going to sue you. It's just, but it seems a lot of Aussies are actually like that. I know people get this idea that Australians are like Crocodile Dundee or, Steve Irwin. We wrestle crocodiles. You do get that element, but the vast majority of Australians, have, their soy lattes and their man buns, and they get very offended very easy. And so I try very hard not to be part of that crowd because it's quite toxic. But there is that in Australia, So I remember when Johnny Lee Clary, he used to be the leader of the Ku Klux Klan in the United States. And so he got converted. And so he came over to Australia, and I spent 3 days with him, and he was preaching against there was a local Ku Klux Klan chapter here in Australia. And he was preaching against them. And he said, he said to me, I thought people were like sort of Steve Irwin here in Australia. He said, I just came from Melbourne. He said, they're really, really left. And he said, most people are really lefties here. I said, mate, you've only just scratched the surface. Australia is just full woke left. It's basically California, So anyway, that's a whole side issue. So yeah, Aussies will threaten to sue you, and that's what happened with Stephen Avery. He got threatened to be sued by Grantley MacDonald, who had written a book on 1 John 5:7. And he showed me the threats. He said, well, this guy's threatening to sue me. I said, because he was from Melbourne. I'm from Melbourne originally. He was from Melbourne. I said, don't listen to him. It's just all empty threats. If you ever watch road rage in Australia, it's just people screaming. Most of the time, people screaming, yelling. No one fights. Every now and then you get a bunch of bogans, we call them, tattoos on their face, and they'll go out and have a fight, whatever. But most people are just all talk. They're easily offended. They're Karens. And so anyway, back to Easter. So I'm just showing you a few people who have appreciated my article over the years. And so because one of the things that I'm going to be talking about is I'm going to be talking about Bryan Ross's book. Okay. So as soon as Bryan Ross's book came out, I was like, oh, don't pass over Easter. And I'm like, well, I've written this thing, why we should not pass over Easter. And I was like, okay, no, that's fine. And, he said he got it. Maybe he glimpsed it and sort of, it was in his subconscious. He was like, oh, don't pass over Easter. But the thing is, in his book, he does pass over Easter. So this is a very interesting thing. Where in my pun here was, this is why, here's the information for why we should not pass over, and obviously that's the pun, we're passing over Easter. Don't pass over it, but also don't put Passover in the place of Easter. So that they're the two things, and that's why it's a pun. But in Bryan Ross's book, Don't Pass Over Easter, it's sort of like don't turn Easter into Passover, but that's what he does. That's the actual conclusion. So pretty much 99, I think I said 98 before, but 99% of all of Bryan Ross's book is just pretty much identical information that I have on my site. Now, obviously back in 2005, I wasn't really good at writing articles. I'd never written one before. But I just knew that this was a true concept. I'd studied it and thought about it, and for, I guess a few years. And so 2005, I wrote it. I was just constantly cleaning it up and thinking about it and adding things to it. And so it even got to the point where I would just read through the New Testament only thinking about Easter when I read the Bible. So that's how much I was into it. I got David Crystal, the world-leading expert on the English language, to read through my article and give me pointers. And he gave me a bunch of pointers. He said my article was true. The etymology was true. So he's the world-leading expert on the English language. I mean, like, say, the books that I have up there, the Cambridge Encyclopedia of the English Language, the Cambridge Encyclopedia of Language, both of them just have David Crystal just on the cover. So he's written 250 books on the English language. Oftentimes, if you'll get a little book on language, it'll be by David Crystal. If it's about the English language. So I'm just looking for anything else that I've got. Well, there's actually a Jonathan Safadi book, Refuting Compromise, Jonathan Safadi. So some of these guys recognized that what I was saying was true. Okay. There's a lot I don't know, but when it comes to Easter, I know a lot about Easter. And so that's why I'm like, I'll debate anyone, all that sort of stuff. So before Revelation 16:5, this was my gig. Okay. And one of the reasons why it became so important to me, because at the time I was basically a New King James guy. And I used to tell people that the King James is good, but it has an error in the book of Acts chapter 12, verse 4, where it shouldn't say Easter because it's a pagan festival. It should say Passover. Okay. So that was my argument. And I was hearing that argument from many people, a lot of people. And so I was actually out one Easter, and we were inviting people out to Easter services. So we had, flyers and tracts. And so I said to this one girl, hey, do you want to come out to our church, hear about Jesus? He died on the cross and died for your sins. We're talking about this over Easter. And she was just walking past. She said, why would I want to come to your church to hear about a pagan goddess? And for some reason, I just went, yeah, you're right. Because I used to just agree with people if they were correct. If people came up to me and said, you guys are, all you Christians are all child molesters and blah, blah, blah. And I would just say, hey, look, I actually agree with you, but you're thinking of the Roman Catholics. We're not Catholics, Or I found by agreeing with people, it actually got them into a conversation rather than just fight with them. And so, but I agreed with her, and I thought, and she walked off, and I thought, why did I agree with her? I thought, because that's what I think. So that coming Sunday, the pastor of the church, he said, does anyone know what Easter means? And I put my hand up. It was we used to have a Sunday school teaching thing for an hour before church. And I said, it's a pagan festival. And he went, yes, it is. And that was my journey. From that moment, I was like, there's something wrong here. Why are we celebrating this if it's wrong? And, it's a mistake in the Bible. It was just all of a sudden I'm aware of all these things. Like, most people become aware of, Easter's wrong, and, they get on the bandwagon, and next thing you know, they're telling, I've seen footage of people going down with megaphones when there's like a church picnic on Easter, and the kids are running around, the Easter egg hunts are happening, and people are there with megaphones, like crying and saying, you're worshiping a pagan goddess, and going right off on this stuff. And so anyway, so I thought, I'm going to start studying this. So I started studying it. And then I found Scott Jones's article, which Scott Jones, the guy, I've been telling you about, lamblion.net. Now, his website's been down for quite a while, for a few years now. But he had an article on Easter there, and I read through it, and my mind was just blown. I was like, this guy has just cleared everything up for me. This is amazing. I've got to tell people this. And so that's when I started to do my own article, because what I started to do was point people to that article. They would go, oh, here's a King James onlyist, and they wouldn't listen to it. They wouldn't even start to read it. So I was thinking, well, I'm not a King James onlyist. I think that the King James needs fixing here and there. Easter was one of those places where I thought it needed fixing. And so I thought, well, I'll write my own article. That way I can just point people to that. And then, they can read through that, get the information. And I'm sort of, saying the same type of thing, but in a more elaborate way, or giving different details or whatever. But it's pretty much a Scott Jones rehash. And even some people, I'd send them the link and they'd say, Scott Jones rehash, And so I did give him acknowledgement at the end, Scott Jones, Easter or Passover. So that was the article there. And so, so that's the story behind this. And that's how I ended up just, becoming quite obsessed with Easter. And so what I would do, I remember even over in New Zealand, where they're preaching and ministering and doing all sorts of things. And we went to a big Christian bookshop there. It was secondhand Christian bookshop, so it had all these old school classic books that are rare. Half the time you never even heard of them. And I would get books on the Eucharist, even though I didn't agree with the Roman Catholic Eucharist. Just anything to do with the week of the days of unleavened bread, Passover, Easter. What about the Passover? Is there Christian influence in the Jewish Passover with the bread having the stripes on it? Is that like a picture of Jesus and all this sort of stuff? And so communion, how does that fit in there? And so I just gave myself to this for several years, and so it was quite interesting. It was I guess, at the time, I didn't have. I was mostly just either doing that or evangelizing, and so I would always listen to sermons on the resurrection, the blood, the cross, and also. I've always been big on Bible prophecy, so like the 70th week of Daniel and how this fit in with the Passion Week and things like that. So when like movies like The Passion of the Christ came out, I'm just watching it going, yes, that's this day, that happened here, that happened there. Just thinking about the whole thing. Yes, Mary pops her head up all the time, and yes, it's Roman Catholic, and basically, but I was just very interested in it, learning the Hebrew words, and so it was a really interesting thing to go through the Easter issues. So what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to play my video that I did in 2009. So this is a reading of my 2005 article. So I will get my video up here. Okay, so I might just go to YouTube there. Now, I'm hoping that this doesn't chew up all my bandwidth. And by the way, before we go there, oops, I don't know what's going to open with a bang. The Passover proper, but is included in the same. Yes, so let's go back. Now, I just want to tell you guys that I'll be interviewing Will Kinney. So Will Kinney is a very interesting guy. He is prolific in promoting King James material. He does debates. He has a website that's very frequently visited. Pretty much anyone who's been involved with the King James only controversy will know the name Will Kinney. So this is March 29th. So this is on Good Friday. So most people will have Good Friday off. So it's 2:00 in the afternoon. So if you're not doing much on Good Friday. So for me, that will be Saturday morning, probably around 7 in the morning. For Will, it's like 2 in the afternoon. So, and that's on Friday for him. So this is in Colorado time. So I didn't know how else to put that. But yeah, so, but if you just go to YouTube, if you look at there, it will show you the time in your time there. So it'll say this, for me, it's like 33 hours to go. And yeah, the 30th of March at 7. So it's 7 in the morning for me. So for Will, it's 2. So I'm not sure what time it will be for you guys. So I just thought I'd put a plug out for that one. And so basically this video is dedicated to every genuine Christian who's been sidetracked by the pseudo scholarship of modern text critics. I was duped. I don't even know how I came to think that Easter was a pagan thing. James White teaches that. Sam Gipp teaches that. There's so many people who have taught this. When I brought this video out and it became popular, I had so many people coming against me. It was like I was the lone voice because most people didn't look at King James material. So it was people like Will Kinney was saying Easter wasn't pagan. Scott Jones, but there's hardly anyone else. And so then the KJV Today website came along, and we used to share information specifically to do with Easter. So a lot of his material there, he's looked at my videos and read my articles, and so we used to sort of have a bit of banter about this. And so when he wrote his article, I used to point people there. He used to point people to mine. But at the end of the day, I think it really exploded to the point where you see critical text guys coming out and saying, "Hey, Easter is not pagan. Don't be silly." People like Wes Huff. I'm pretty sure even Mark Ward. I might even just quickly have a look. Mark Ward, Easter pagan. Is Easter a pagan holiday? Some say yes, but is it really? Okay, so is it a pagan holiday? We're not sure that Easter is a pagan word. So a lot of this stuff is pretty much what I've been saying for years and years and years. And also KJV Today and Will Kinney. So see, Mark Ward, he would be looking at King James Version material and going through that stuff when most other people are told just to avoid it. So I think that's why he's like, oh, it's Easter here and there. So he's talking about Easter in Acts 12:4, and then he actually sort of makes out that it's not really because of the Logos Bible software. It's like it's not even there. Where Pascha, even today, if you go to Greece and you say, "What does Pascha mean?" They say, "Oh, it means Easter." So it's sort of strange that it's just left there. Did they just stick Easter in there randomly? No. And then it's sort of like, well, he comes to the conclusion that it means Passover. So anyway, he has written articles on this. Passover. Yeah. And so it's quite interesting. I think because at the time when I first did my Easter article, I read everything that was available on the internet, every book, every time I was opening up a lexicon, I would just look at Pascha. What does that mean? And I would go through and just constantly try and figure out who was saying it was a pagan festival, who wasn't. And at the time of my first article, I sort of concluded that it came from Alexander Hislop. Now, I would probably word that differently if I was to write that again. I would say it was popularized by Hislop, but it wasn't invented by him. Even Adam Clark says that it comes from a pagan festival. Several other people around about, between 1650 and like 1850, around the time Hislop wrote his book, there's probably 5 or 6 prominent people who say it's a pagan festival. But it didn't become popularized until the Hislop book came out. And so that cults love that book because it's got all this strange information. And it sort of turns every name of a pagan god or goddess into just this one thing, So anyway, I'll look at those Mark Ward ones later. So there's a scripture in Proverbs that says, "He that is first in his own cause seems just, but his neighbor comes and searches him." I thought that this word was pagan, but then there's one sentence in the articles that I wrote that just absolutely clear everything up. Okay, actually, it's 2 sentences. It's our word Easter is of Saxon origin and of precisely the same import with its German cognate Ostern. The latter is derived from the old Teutonic form of the first to hung, the first to hen, that is resurrection. So in other words, the word Easter actually means resurrection. So once you know that, it changes everything. Once you know that, you know the King James translators didn't make a mistake. And so that's what we're going to be talking about. So let's get into this video. So I've got quite a funny voice in this video because I guess I was probably, how old would I be? 30. English has risen to become the dominant world language. Because most Christianized nations use English as their chief means of communication, for English-speaking believers, it is crucial to understand the history of our language accurately ourselves before presenting vaguely constructed etymologies, particularly when expounding the words of the Bible. Many cults, which prefer old wives' tales over the Word of God, despise the very word Easter, believing it to be a Christianized pagan festival of the spring goddess Ishtar. Many good Christians also feel obligated to their conscience to reject celebrating Easter because they too believe it to be based on idolatry and paganism. The traditions which have been added to Easter have not helped either. Most English-speaking people associate chocolate eggs and rabbits with Easter as much as they do the celebration of Christ's resurrection. Now, I've sort of come full circle with the eggs and the rabbits. Easter always appeared usually around spring. Now, here in Australia, we've just entered autumn. We're about to go into winter. But in the northern hemisphere, people are going into spring. And in Europe, it would be freezing cold, nothing much happening. Then all of a sudden, there's rabbits everywhere. So Easter was always associated with rabbits. You know, it's just the time of year for rabbits, you know. And so that's why it's not a fertility thing. This is just read into it. When it comes to the eggs, there were a lot of different Christian groups that used to fast before Easter. So what they would do is they would be collecting eggs because you have a whole bunch of eggs. You're fasting. You can't eat those eggs. So what do? Well, you decorate them. So that's all that the eggs were. They were basically just, people who were fasting, they couldn't eat the eggs. What do? Throw them out? No, they're there. Well, let's decorate them. And then it's like, well, this is sort of like the story of Jesus coming out of the grave and all this sort of stuff. So I'm just going to go to some pictures. There was one by Wes Huff. I might put this up here. So he just put this up the other day. Easter is not a pagan holiday. So this critical text guys are now saying this, okay? And I actually put on it, well, James White teaches that it is a pagan holiday. They don't like that, because he's like their hero for the anti-King James movement. Celebrating the death and resurrection of Jesus is a long-standing Christian tradition spanning over a millennia. Although there has clearly been growth, law, and traditions added to our modern practice of the holiday of the of the accusation of the substantial pagan roots falls apart under historical inspection. All the traditional pagan associations and connections with Easter, when truly put under the microscope, turn out to be themselves more fiction than fact. So claim Easter was originally the celebration of pagan deities like Ishtar and or Ostera, where the name of the festival comes from. Reality, the name Easter, to celebrate the time of Jesus' death and resurrection, is only a reality in Germanic languages like English. If you look at basically any other language or non-German linguistic heritage, and especially those with Latin or Greek origins, you're going to find it being called Pascha, deriving from its origin from the Jewish celebration of Passover, which occurs around the same time. Ostara. The other claims that the name Easter comes from the Anglo-Saxon Germanic spring goddess Ostara. However, there is only one source for anything on Ostara, and that is a writing from the 7th century by the English monk Saint Bede. There is no other reference to any other sources, Christian or pagan, to Ostara. So that's what I pointed out in my third article. In my first article, I debunked the whole thing that it goes back to a pagan goddess called Ishtar. Okay. Then in my third article, my second article was talking mostly about the King James, but then my third article was basically saying it doesn't go back to Yosta. So that's usually how you would say it. And it doesn't go back to Yosta, which is apparently a Germanic goddess. So there's two goddesses that they're saying Easter is related to. It's related to Ishtar, and that became Yosta, and that's the name of Easter. Okay, so it's quite complicated, but I'm trying to simplify it so you guys can understand this. There is absolutely no historical, linguistic, or cultural connection between the Christian celebration of Easter and the ancient Near Eastern goddess Ishtar, apart from the similarity of words, which is all one can point to. There is neither correlation nor causation. Yosturmoneth, the 4th month of the Old English calendar, was when Resurrection Sunday almost always fell. The name of the month shortened to the beginning of the word stuck as the name of the celebration. Therefore, in Western Germanic countries, Oster stuck as the name of the celebration days. So I'll go through my article and you'll see a lot of that is pretty much exactly what I was saying in my article, which critical text guys fought against for like 15 years. It was like now they seem to be coming around. The first instance of an official Easter bunny happened in 1572, which is nearly 500 years after paganism and had any foothold in Europe. The idea of an Easter bunny being a pagan symbol comes from a passing comment in the writing of the 19th century folklorist named Jacob Ludwig Karl Grimm. Grimm had no real evidence to make the claim, but suggested that there might be a connection to the fertility bunnies and the common theme in ancient paganism to fertility cults. The fact there is nearly no evidence of bunnies being used as a symbol of fertility in any one ancient pagan group of practice. Instead, what can be drawn from the literature is the fact that Easter happens to take place in the springtime in Western countries, the exact same time as bunnies have their birthing season, and therefore are more numerous. The association between bunnies with the religious festival can only be tangibly tied to the 16th century Germans, connecting these animals with Easter, as it was both the time when the event happened and the time when the animals were seen more prevalently. So that obviously is what I was saying. That makes a lot of sense. So what about the eggs? The claim is the eggs, and particularly painted eggs, were a common practice, a pagan practice, and decoration. They were appropriated by latter Christians. So Christians stole it from the pagans. The reality: you can certainly find eggs of various sorts being tied to pagan cultic rituals, but only as much as other foods were likely tied to pagan rituals. Eggs are common food across the cultural and religious spectrums and feature no more prominently than meat or fruit does in this regard. Our earliest reference to Easter eggs comes from the end of the 13th century, when Edward Longshanks, or King Edward I, decorated hundreds of hard-boiled eggs with golden leaves to be handed out to family and friends during the Easter season. And so it's definitely, the critical text guys are definitely coming up to speed with a lot of this stuff. I'm really glad about that. I'm hoping that they move to the next step. What a lot of these guys have done, they've gotten rid of the pagan festival thing, but they're still saying, oh, well, Easter is still a mistake in the King James, sort of thing. And a lot of these guys, to sort of avoid jumping into the whole Easter is actually a Christian festival, and that's why the King James translators put Easter in Acts chapter 12, verse 4. They tend to be going to Bryan Ross's material. So you see a lot of guys saying, "Oh, I read Bryan Ross's book and it's great." It makes me wonder if they've gone through my material. Now, I had started writing a book on Easter because I've got so much information. I've already written 3 articles on it. So I was up to about page 120 when Bryan Ross's book came out. And it sort of basically took the wind out of my sails. I was like, oh, it's and the name was Don't Pass Over Easter. And I was like, it's very close to mine. I even said that to him, but I was just like, oh, well, that's fine. And so, but when every Easter comes, I do like to let everyone know that there is a distinction between our positions. And so, which we will talk about. I'm just going to get some of these pages back up here, just in case there's a few comments. No, just a few people listening. So let's just continue on here.
Hebrew Pesach became Greek Pascha. In most languages, the word for Easter is exactly the same as the word for Passover. So the relationship between the Feast of Passover and the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ is directly linked. All these words mean both Easter and Passover. Only the context formulates the difference.
And so Old Testament Hebrew, Pesach, became, when it's translated in the New Testament, they're celebrating Passover. It's Pascha. Spanish has Pascua for Easter, Pascua for Passover. So I was constantly looking at these lists and building on Wikipedia articles because they would have these lists too. And I remember one time looking and there was 50 different languages there with all related to Pascha, and a few of them had Easter. It's quite interesting that the Urdu Bible, I lived in Pakistan for a year. The Urdu Bible actually has Easter in Acts chapter 12, verse 4. It doesn't have it anywhere else. So it's like, wow, that's very interesting. And so that would go back to Henry Martin and his textual decisions to use the Textus Receptus, the Masoretic text, but to use the King James as a guide there. So anyway, let's continue.
With the exception of English and German, all other European languages do not have separate words for Easter and Passover, but simply use a single term derived from Pesach, the Hebrew word for Passover. In one way, this is an advantage to the believer, who immediately associates Jesus Christ as the Passover lamb, whether reading the New or Old Testaments. The association between Christ and the Passover is clearly seen. This was also the case in the original Greek language, which uses the Greek Pascha for both Passover and the resurrection of Christ. This has been the same for 2,000 years in the Greek. Even if you look up a modern Greek dictionary, it will tell you that Pascha means both Easter and Passover. This was also the case in English until Tyndale coined the term Passover. But as we shall see, the English rendition of Easter and Passover in the King James Bible is superior and needs to be exalted into its rightful place in English Bible versions, dictionaries, and Christian literature again. This does not conclude that the English is superior to the original Greek, which is a form of Ruckmanism. But in this particular instance, there is a special feature in the King James Version.
So you notice, 2005, I'm saying I'm not a Ruckmanite. The first thing James White said to me when I shared my article with him, he said, "You're a Ruckmanite." The first thing he said. I was like, okay. It was actually that type of persecution that made me sort of go, well, hang on. No, I think this material is true, regardless of whether it's Ruckmanite or whatever. I didn't even know who Ruckman was. I just knew that he was like a guy you just couldn't be associated with, So, but he was like, "You're a Ruckmanite," and I was like, "Well," and so it actually pushed me way further away from his perspective. I was just like, well, this guy's not even interested in truth at all. It seems like no matter what I present to this guy, he doesn't care. He's got his bias. He's in an echo chamber. He doesn't want to hear anything contrary to his position. And so, yeah, it pushed me the other way. Docky says, years of wrestling crocodiles shows the difference in your voice. compared to the video. Yes, because I've been on the crack pipe, you know. No. So you can see here in the King James Bible here, it just has Easter in Acts chapter 12, verse 4.
Which is made clear in the original Greek when read in context, but is made abundantly clear by the scholarship of the King James Version translators in English.
And so this is one of the things that people seem to forget. When you get the Greek language, if you go through the Easter controversies or people talking about Easter in the early church, in the 2nd century, 3rd century, they're using the word Pascha for the word Easter all the way through. And at times in the context, it'll say the Jewish Pascha, which means the Passover. Okay. So clearly the early church writers were using Pascha for Easter. So this is something that it just doesn't seem to be something that is really thought about when I look at Bryan Ross's position. And so, but anyway, let's continue.
Just as most Bibles include things like capitalization of deity or have the words of Christ in red and other helps, so too did the King James Version translators make the Old Testament Passover and New Testament Easter easier for the reader to understand in context. When the Bible was being translated into the Latin language in the 4th century, when translating the word Pascha, which can mean both Passover and Easter in Latin, Jerome simply used the same Greek word without creating a new Latin word in its place. Thus, Pascha was basically untranslated. In the first translation of the entire Bible into English, the handwritten Wycliffe Bible in 1382, appears basically the same untranslated Latin word Pascha. When we come to the Latin...
So in Bryan Ross's article, he does go back to the Anglo-Saxon Gospels, and he talks about the word then, and it's basically Easter. So, and I do mention that here, but not about the Anglo-Saxon Gospels. I don't think I do anyway. Maybe I do.
Word Pascha, it is transliterated without an English equivalent. The words used were Pasch and Pascha, still a basic type of the Hebrew word Pesach and Greek Pascha. Later, when Roman Catholic scholars translated the Reem's Bible from the same Latin Vulgate in the 17th century, they used the word Pascha, which gave it a more English feel, but was still, in essence, untranslated. Wycliffe version translates Acts chapter 12, verse 4, and when he had caught Peter, he sent him into prison, and betook 4 quaternions of knights to keep him, and would after Pasch bring him forth to the people. So we can see the English language in the 1300s had the same characteristics as most foreign languages do today concerning the translation of Pascha as meaning both Easter and Passover. Then Tyndale gave us a greater advantage by using the word Easter in his translation, and then later inventing the term Passover. Ultimately, this gave us 2 separate words for 2 distinct occasions. It must be noted that the Anglo-Saxon term Easter was used much more frequently in common literature to denote the Passover and the celebration of the resurrection than the Latin Pasch ever was. Pasch was basically a synonym for Easter, meaning both Passover and Easter, but was mainly used by the clergy. So as we can see, the word Easter in Anglo-Saxon was used for both the Jewish Passover and the celebration of the resurrection, and also was very commonly used.
I'll just go back there. So you can see like eastern wind, and it goes through a whole bunch of things to do with. That's basically just a copy and paste from an Anglo-Saxon dictionary. Easter month, Easter month, April, Eastern or Eastern Night, Easter night, Easter synagogue, Easter Sunday, Easter symbol, Passover, Easter gathering, Easter tide, Paschal season. And so, yeah, pretty much the word Easter is deeply embedded into Easter, Passover. And so obviously I'm pointing out that it's, and I even mentioned it, that Easter and Passover were basically all encompassed in the word Easter up until Tyndale coined the term Passover.
And the celebration of the resurrection, and also was very commonly used. William Tyndale was a brilliant scholar and was first to incorporate Easter in an English Bible. He also invented the word Passover. William Tyndale translated and printed the New Testament in English and the first 5 books of the Old Testament between 1525 and 1535 in Germany and the Low Countries while in exile. He was the first person to ever print an English translation. He worked from the original Greek and Hebrew texts at a time when knowledge of those languages in England was rare. He was educated at Oxford University and later at Cambridge, where he also lectured and became skilled in not only Hebrew and Greek, but also Latin, Italian, Spanish, and French, with such fluency that Hermann Baschius, a friend of Erasmus, stated, "Whichever he spoke to you, you would suppose it his native tongue." Tyndale was responsible for the insertion of both Easter and Passover in the English Bible. In his 1525 New Testament, Tyndale used the English word Easter to translate the Greek word Pascha. Pascha, being formerly transliterated in Wycliffe's version, was for the first time in a Bible translation translated into a unique English word. As we can conclude from the Anglo-Saxon terms mentioned above, English people celebrated the season around the Jewish Passover as Easter. Also, it must be pointed out that Tyndale used Easter as a synonym, expressing the Jewish Passover, and never in association with a pagan festival.
And so pretty much that sums up like Bryan Ross's whole book. You know, it's like it's not a pagan festival, and Easter and Passover are synonyms. Okay. And so I sort of, in a sense, there's a bit that Bryan sort of talks about in his, he probably mightn't bring it across this way now, but he does talk about in his earlier videos, he's sort of like, well, I'm the first one who's ever sort of really mentioned this. And like, say, with the Oxford English Dictionary, they say that Easter and Passover are synonyms, but they actually include the King James Version in Acts chapter 12, verse 4, as having that type of synonym attraction, where my whole article is that changed. By the time it got to the King James, that whole thing about being a synonym was dropped, and Easter became a word specifically talking about the resurrection celebration. And so that's the whole difference between my position and Bryan Ross's position. And I think I do make a really good case for that. But let's continue.
Some modern-day scholars conclude that the word Easter has...
So obviously I'm going to go through and debunk the whole, pagan sort of myth. And I think most people, even critical text people, are like, yeah, that's silly now. So where the argument now is Acts 12:4 a mistranslation, or is it just still synonymous with the Passover, or was it strategically put in its the only post-resurrection semantic range as Easter?
Pagan origins. But the facts are that the word Easter and also the celebration of Easter are entirely Christian. Easter was not only a synonym for Passover, but also a descriptive word revealing the New Testament fulfillment of the Passover in Christ's death, burial, and resurrection. The Greek word Pascha occurs 29 times in the New Testament, and Tyndale has Easter 14 times, Easter lamb 11 times, Easter fest once, and Paschal lamb 3 times.
And so obviously this information, when you wind the clock back, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, to get this type of information, It was rare, and I probably got this from like a Trinitarian Bible Society article, or because oftentimes you go to look for a Tyndale Bible online, it's not there, but now everything's there. It's like rare printings of Tyndale are online and all this sort of stuff. And so some of these might be, mightn't be 14, it might be 13, and this might be 12 or whatever, but it's like pretty much this was the consensus back then, so. But you get the gist. He's using Easter a lot.
1525, Tyndale's New Testament was printed. 5 years later, in 1530, he printed the first 5 books of the Old Testament. When Tyndale was working on the New Testament...
Okay, so I said he printed the first 5 books of the Old Testament, which is probably not exactly accurate. It would be he worked on the first 5 books. So that would be more accurate.
The word Easter was adequate to translate Pascha. But when he started the Old Testament book of Exodus, in chapter 12, verse 11, he discovered the word Easter, which means a resurrection, was inappropriate. This problem involved the translating of the Hebrew word Pesach, which, if translated...
if you're not convinced that Easter means resurrection, by the end of this show, you will be. And so I'm just sort of saying it here like it's a fact, but sort of knowing that people will be going, huh? Easter means resurrection, but you will go, yes. At the end, you'll go, yeah, that's what it means. So Derek McClure says, a lesson on Easter, just what the doctor ordered going into the weekend. Yes, absolutely.
Easter, meaning resurrection, would form an anachronism, which from the Greek ana means against and chronos meaning time.
So I'd never heard anyone say the word anachronism. So I'm like, anachronism. So that was my level back then.
Which is something located at a time which it could not have existed or occurred. Basically, if you use the English word Easter, which describes Christ's resurrection, in the translation of the Old Testament, he would be speaking of an event that had not yet happened. The Easter lamb or resurrection lamb was a logical translation to Tyndale in the New Testament setting, but seemed rather odd in the Old Testament. So Tyndale, with his astounding linguistic ability, formed the word Passover and used it in all 22 places in the Old Testament. The word Passover comes from the idea that God passed over the houses of the Israelites who had marked their doorposts with the blood in obedience to God. And the children of Israel were spared when God smote the firstborn sons of the Egyptian taskmasters on the eve of the Exodus. The sons of Israel were thus redeemed from the land of sin, Egypt, and redeemed from Pharaoh to serve Jehovah. The Hebrew word Pesach was understood by the Israelites at the time to mean to skip over or to limp. So Tyndale used 2 words, pass and over, meaning to skip over or to limp over, which shortly became the one word, Passover, in the 1530 Pentateuch. But Easter remained in Tyndale's revision of the New Testament in 1534. Brilliantly, Tyndale's Passover also incorporates the pas sound found in Pasch and Pascha. Interestingly, the word passion, which means suffering, seems to have evolved from Pascha. Perhaps Gibson should have called his film The Pascha of the Christ. Since the time of the King James Version until the early 20th century, the term Easter was commonly identified by believers solely as a celebration of the resurrection of Jesus Christ. Before Tyndale, Easter was the chief word used for the Jewish Passover by Christians. This is because Easter and Passover were the same season, Jews celebrating the shadow and Christians celebrating the fulfillment.
So this is one of the things most people, they have a separate Passover and a separate Easter because today our calendars don't match. Where back in biblical times, it was exactly the same time. So the Jews would get together and they would celebrate their thing, and the Christians would get together at this exactly the same time. And so they were both celebrating Pascha. So the Christians were celebrating theirs, the Jews were celebrating theirs. So I think because we think in modern terms where we have these things separated, the dates are separated and everything, people tend to just sort of go, I can't figure it out. But it's quite easy if you just understand that on the 14th of Nisan was the date that Jesus died, and he rose again on the 17th of Nisan. And so when the Council of Nicaea came together, they said, look, the Sunday after the 14th will be the day that Easter happens, or the resurrection celebration will happen. So if that happened on a Monday, like the 14th, well, the next Sunday, it could be 5 days away or whatever, that's going to be the day that they're going to celebrate the Resurrection Sunday on. So that's what the Council of Nicaea did. They worked out the calendars, because there's all sorts of different calendars out there, and the Gregorian calendar, and the Jews, they went from Nisan 14th, and so it's good to know the Jewish calendar so you can get the whole biblical perspective. But a lot of the time people are putting their mindset into the text and sort of thinking, well, Passover and Easter, of course they're separate. They're different days, different dates. No, they're the one thing. So in Acts chapter 12, verse 4, the exact time that the Jews are celebrating their Passover, all the Christians are getting together as well. And so, we'll look at that a little bit later.
The word Easter has illustrated to the Englishman much more than simply the Passover celebration, but through Tyndale's edition of Easter, construction of the word Passover, and later with the King James translators correctly reapplying Easter only once in Acts chapter 12, verse 4, it gives significant insight into the revealing of the fulfillment of the Passover in Christ. It exalts Jesus Christ's death and resurrection above all. In past times, Easter to the English speaker not only saw Christ as the Passover lamb, but clearly defined the difference in the celebrations, one containing the promise and one fulfilling the promise. Modern criticism has blurred this revelation. After 1611, the Old Testament Easter, which formerly meant both Passover and Easter, became solely the Old Covenant Passover, a trend Tyndale had begun to accomplish. So
basically, Tyndale, he was using Easter everywhere. Okay, then he gets to Exodus. He's doing the Old Testament, and he's like, "Hang on, it says here the Easter lamb," and it's like, but he deep down he knows the etymology of this word, the Germanic roots, and he's like, this means the resurrection lamb sort of thing, and he's like, it's not really fitting. So he basically invents this word Passover, and now Luther had invented Passover, or he had either invented it or he was using it, popularizing it, and so but he had Passover. Okay, so I think Tyndale looked at that one. That's great. I'm going to borrow that from my Bible. And so then he sort of realized that the New Testament was talking about like a resurrection thing. The Old Testament was talking about a Jewish sort of Passover thing. Okay, so that's where what he started to do in his Bibles. He started to just put Passover as an Old Testament thing and Easter as a New Testament thing. But what we see is over the years, this sort of went up and down in a scale on a bit of a spectrum. But then by the time it got to the King James translation, it's put in Acts chapter 12, verse 4, which is the only place after the resurrection. But everywhere else is before the resurrection. Yeah, it's in Luke, it's in John, it's always called Passover. In the book of Acts, it's after the resurrection, and it's called Easter because it's the Christian celebration now. And so there are two other places after Acts, but it's talking about the old feast. It says, therefore, purge out the leaven. It says, for Christ our Passover is sacrificed for us, where it wouldn't make much sense, Christ our Easter lamb, or however Tyndale had it. But it also talks about that. I think it's in Hebrews 11 where it talks about they took the Passover by faith. So it's talking about a historical event. So both of those words are historical and placed back before the resurrection. So the only one time that it's after the resurrection is in Acts chapter 12, verse 4, and the King James translators skillfully put it in there for that reason. And so
Luther's version was printed before Tyndale's. Tyndale would have had the advantage of being able to cross-reference and improve any inconsistencies. Luther's translation was a strong influence on Tyndale's New Testament. Because of persecution in Catholic England, Tyndale left England for Germany. It is strongly believed that he met with Luther in Germany in 1525, as many of Tyndale's beliefs are, in essence, Lutheran. By the end of the year, Tyndale had printed the New Testament in English. It is likely that Tyndale's use of Easter in his New Testament is also indebted to his knowledge of Luther's German translation, which uses Oster in the same way that Tyndale used Easter. Because the English Anglo-Saxon language originally derived from the Germanic, when the Angles, Saxons, and Jutes came from England in the 5th and 6th centuries, there are many similarities between German and English. Many English writers have referred to the German language as the mother tongue. The English word Easter is of German Saxon origin and not Babylonian, as Alexander Hislop falsely claimed, and as we shall see later. The German equivalent is Oster. Oster, or Stern being the modern-day correspondent, is related to Ost, which means the rising of the sun, or simply in English, east. Oster comes from the old Teutonic form of Aufstehen or Försterhang, which means resurrection, which in the older Teutonic form comes from two words, Öster, meaning first, and Stehen, meaning to stand. These two words combine to form Österhen, which is an old German form of Erfürstehen, the modern-day word for resurrection.
So I think it should just be Österhen, not with an R. There was one guy on Twitter who went through it with me, and he said, yeah, what you're saying is correct, but you're spelling it wrong in the German. And so I can't remember it was the R there or, anyway, it's sort of like Österhen sort of thing. But so what we've got here, we're looking at the etymology. So Ost just means east. If we go to Austria, the Osterrike, the Eastern Reich, so the Eastern Kingdom is Austria. Okay. Oster just means east. We can see a Försterhang, or a Försterhen and a Försterhang. One is an older way of saying it and one's a more modern way. It means resurrection. So, and this comes from the two words Esta, meaning first, and Stehen, to stand. And you'll notice the ST words usually in the Indo-European languages have to do with resurrection. It's quite interesting because Easter, has that ST. It's talking about standing. It's talking about the resurrection. So hopefully that is clear. If there's anything unclear, now's the time to ask.
The English Easter and German Oster go hand in hand. Tyndale, with his experience in the German language, knew of the Easter-Oster association. Luther obviously defined Oster as both a synonym for the Jewish Passover and a phrase for the resurrection of Christ. In Luther's German New Testament, we find Ostern, Osterlamm, Osterfest, Fest, and only once Das Passa in Hebrews 11:28. In his Old Testament, he used the German word Passover, an obvious forerunner of Tyndale's Passover. Osterfest, Ostern, and Osterlamm once each. In Exodus chapter 12, verse 11, Luther rendered Passa with a marginal note referring to the Osterlamm. Even in contemporary German, the phrase Das Jewish Osterfest, the Jewish Passover, demonstrates that the German Oster can mean both the Jewish and Christian festivals. In fact, the meaning of the German word Ostern is today just as the English word Easter was until the King James Version translators skillfully put it in its correct semantic range in Acts chapter 12, verse 4, thus separating forever the old Easter and the new Easter, as we shall see.
So we can see by the time 1611 happened, so Tyndale had just one word, Easter, and he's like, hang on, in the Old Testament, it just feels like there's something wrong with using this Easter word. He's like, okay, I'm going to use Passover. He coins the term for the English-speaking people. And then what do you do now? You got two words, two very descriptive words. So by the time it gets to 1611, the King James translators use Passover for every event that was before the cross and Easter for everything after the cross. And this is exactly how we have it today. If I was to say to you, okay, I'm going to go to a Passover festival, you'd be like, oh, what a Jewish thing. Or if I said I'm going to go to an Easter service, you would think, okay, is that Good Friday? Is that Resurrection Sunday? That the Passover is. If I said, hey, we're going to celebrate a Passover at our house, you'd be like, oh, that's different. Are you going to wear the kippah and everything? Are you going to have the candles? Are you going to get rid of all the leaven in your house? But if I said we're going to celebrate Easter at our house, it's like, oh, okay, we'll bring some eggs and we'll do this and that. The usage today is exactly what I'm defending from the King James, because it started from somewhere. And so what we see, and we're going to go through all this information, what we see is in the King James Version, they mention Easter quite a lot in the prefatory notes, where it has tables to find Easter forever. And it's not talking about Passover. It's talking about the celebration of the resurrection. And so that's what it became known as. And so the whole concept of these being synonymous, Easter and Passover being synonyms, that was separated deliberately by the King James translators. So we're going to see that.
Before the 1530s, England always used the word Easter for both the Jewish Passover and the resurrection celebration. Sometimes clergy used the Latin Pasch or Pascha, but predominantly Easter. Here are two non-biblical examples of Easter and Passover being synonyms. We see Paschas appearing in the Petersburg Chronicle.
I should have said Easter and Pasch, but I said Passover. So
in 1122, a 1563 homilist spoke of Easter, a great and solemn feast among the Jews. Today, Pascha vaguely remains an adjective meaning Easter, as in paschal candle. In Scotland and North England, children hunt for Pasch eggs. In the 1537 Matthew's Bible, which incorporated Tyndale's work on the Pentateuch, the word used was Passover, but there were references to Easter in the chapter summaries in Leviticus 23, Numbers 9, and Deuteronomy 16. In the 1539 Great Bible, they used Passover 14 times, while Easter appeared 15 times, all in the New Testament. Acts chapter 12, verse 4 reads,
So you can sort of see that they're using Passover for the Old Testament, Easter for the New Testament. So they're sort of like, well, how are we going to use these words? And so even in these earlier Bibles, they're sort of like they're a bit confused about exactly how to use them, but they're just putting the divide between Old and New Testament. Okay, but we know that the New Testament starts after the cross, after the resurrection. So that might be Matthew 26. 27. So after Matthew 27, it's the resurrection. So there's only one chapter of Matthew that's after the resurrection. We're looking at Mark, chapter 16, Luke, I think it's 24, and so there's not that much of these gospels that are after the resurrection, after the cross, and everything like that. So. But these guys were just like, oh, Old Testament, New Testament, okay, we'll separate them into those. But when you get into the nitty-gritty, it's like, well, if we're really going to be faithful to it, Jesus was operating under the Old Covenant, and he initiated and ratified the New Covenant by his death, burial, and resurrection. So after that, things should change to Easter. So you can sort of see this pattern that was starting with these older Bibles. It sort of became a bit mixed up in these other ones, but by the time the King James translation came along, they did a great job at putting it in its correct semantic range.
When they had caught him, They put him in prison also, and delivered him to 4 quaternions of soldiers to be kept, intending after Easter to bring him forth to the people. In the 1557 version of the Geneva Bible, every place had Passover except Acts chapter 12 verse 4, where it had Easter, which was identical to how the King James Version translators eventually translated it.
So going back through some of this material, sometimes I've got things, a little bit wrong here and there, because like I was saying, it was hard to source all this material back then. And so just letting you know that. And the reason that I'm saying that is because some people might get Bryan Ross's book, which was written, only just a couple of years ago, and go, well, no, actually, he did the full count on this Geneva Bible, and it actually appears here as well, and da-da-da. Well, I guess I'm only just going with the information that I had at the time.
In the 1560 version of the Geneva Bible, which became the most popular of all the Geneva Bibles, the word Easter was completely substituted with Passover on all occasions. The Geneva Bible of 1560 does not use Easter anywhere. Acts chapter 12 verse 4 reads, "And when he had caught him, he put him in prison and delivered him to 4 quaternions of soldiers to be kept, intending after the Passover to bring him forth to the people." In the 1568 Bishop's Bible, Easter appears twice, in John chapter 11 verses 55 and Acts chapter 12 verse 4. The Bishop's Bible of 1568 translates Acts chapter 12 verse 4 this way, "And when he had caught him, he put him in prison also, and delivered him to 4 quaternions of soldiers to be kept, intending after Easter to bring him forth to the people." In the 1611 Authorized Version, Easter appears once in Acts chapter 12 verse 4. The King James Bible finalized 86 years of change in the use of Easter and Passover. After seeing what Tyndale had begun, and the refining of the word Easter within almost a century of various translation attempts, the King James Version translators caused the semantic range of Easter to be translated only once as Easter, in Acts chapter 12 verse 4. This was because in every instance in the New Testament except Acts chapter 12 verse 4, the Greek Pascha represented the pre-resurrection Passover, that is, the Jewish celebration. In other words, Christ had...
So we'll just pause it there. Matthew 26:2, the Old Covenant Passover, 26:17, Old Covenant Passover. So basically it says Old Covenant Passover next to all of these. And then when we get to Acts chapter 12, verse 4, it's a New Covenant Easter, because it's after the resurrection. So I hope you guys understand that. It's very clear. So this is the only place where you have a post-resurrection Pascha. Every other time it is, a post-resurrection Pascha. Every other time it's a pre-resurrection Pascha.
Not yet died as the Passover lamb for the whole world. In Acts chapter 12 verse 4, it is a post-resurrection Passover where Christ had died and was risen. The Greek word
said exactly the same thing pretty much.
Pascha appears 29 times in the New Testament. Of 28 of those instances, it is referring to the Old Testament Passover. But in Acts chapter 12 verse 4, it is referring to the New Testament celebration, which was the Lord's Supper. Christ had become...
So I deliberately said that. It's the Lord's Supper. Because, and this came out with my debates with TurretinFan on this issue, where I believe that because the Passover was a yearly thing, and they used to get together and do, the Passover lamb together, all the Jews would do this. And Jesus said, "Do this in remembrance of me." And so most people are like, okay, well, let's do this in remembrance of Jesus. And so how often are we supposed to do that? Some churches will do it weekly. Some churches will do it every 2 weeks. Some churches do it every month. Some churches only do it when there's a special occasion. I remember one time I was in a church that hardly ever did it. And then it was like Christmas. It's like, let's just do it. It was like, oh, okay. let's do that. It seemed like a real religious thing to do because we hadn't done it for so long. And then the next church I went to, they did it every Sunday. And so, but I actually enjoyed that church way more because every Sunday was an opportunity to hear someone get up and talk about the blood, the resurrection. And I'm going through all this material at the same time. So if they triggered any thought or said any scripture that I hadn't thought of, it was like, yeah, that's a really good one. And I would sort of add that to my articles and things like that.
Come the Lamb of God and replace the old Passover sacrifice with a new covenant in his blood. Therefore, the old Passover type was replaced with the celebration of the death and resurrection of Christ, which is the fulfillment called Easter, meaning resurrection. Because the King James translators rendered this one word in Acts chapter 12, verse 4, with the understanding that it was the Christian resurrection celebration being celebrated and not just the old Passover, it stands to be the most accurate of all English translations concerning this topic. After 1611, with the predominance of the King James Version and with the process of time, Passover became known as an Old Testament word and Easter became known as a New Testament word. The only other time Pascha is mentioned in a post-resurrection semantic range is in 1 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 7. For even Christ our Passover is sacrificed for us. Tyndale's Bible has, for Christ our Easter lamb is offered up for us. Obviously, with the semantic range of the Old Testament Passover and the New Testament Easter, this scripture is correctly translated Passover by the King James Version translators, as it alludes to the Jewish custom of carefully putting away from their houses all leaven upon the approach of the feast of Passover, thus making the word Passover more appropriate than Easter or Easter lamb in the context. A paraphrase would be, Christ our fulfillment of the Old Testament Pascha is sacrificed for us. Tyndale was correct to translate Easter lamb and not Passover because the terms were not clearly defined until 1611. With this in mind, let's look at what Hislop claimed about the King James Version in his book, The Two Babylons.
Okay, so this goes into the pagan festival thing. So I don't think many people would still believe this, but perhaps they do. So I'm tempted to skip over it, but I think I'll just let this run, without commentary. Hopefully I don't have to commentate, but we'll just let this run, because this was one of the main thrusts of my first article, was to debunk the whole pagan festival myth. But at the same time, I was trying to point out, the true etymology of Easter.
Everyone knows that the name Easter, used in our translation of Acts chapter 12, verse 4, refers not to any Christian festival, but to the Jewish Passover. This is one of the few places in our version where the translators show undue bias. Linguists and true Assyriologists would laugh at the claims made by Hislop's pseudo-scholarship. Since it does not hold up under basic scrutiny, its claims about Easter must be abandoned. Firstly, while Hislop boldly claimed Easter was pagan, he offered no real proof. Alexander Hislop also stated, "Then look at Easter. What means the term Easter itself? It is not a Christian name. It bears its Chaldean origin on its very forehead. Easter is nothing else than Astarte, one of the titles of Beltis, the Queen of Heaven, whose name, as pronounced by the people of Nineveh, was evidently identical with that now in common use in this country. That name, found by Layard on the Assyrian monuments, is Ishtar. The worship of Bel and Astarte was very early introduced into Britain, along with the Druids, the priests of the groves. Some have imagined that the Druidical worship was first introduced by the Phoenicians, who centuries before the Christian era traded to the tin mines of Cornwall. But the unequivocal traces of that worship are found in regions of the British Islands where the Phoenicians never penetrated, and it has everywhere left indelible marks of the stronghold which it must have had on the early British mind. It must be noted that most cults, such as the Jehovah's Witnesses and the Seventh-day Adventists, gravitate warmly to Hislop's false ideas. While he does offer some sound information about pagan traditions becoming Roman Catholic practice, in his book he fails to...
I just have to comment there. I used to always see, the mother and child statues and go, well, that's just paganism, But at the end of the day, what's the most common thing that you would see in any village? What's the most common thing that we've all actually probably been involved with? Breastfeeding from a mother. We've all done it. And so it's just so strange that we would always see like a statue or a picture of a mother and child and go, that's just the precursor to Mary and Jesus. It's like, well, maybe someone just made a statue of their relative breastfeeding, or it just seems like we just see paganism everywhere. Anyway, that's my conclusion now. Back then I was sort of like, Alexander Hislop offered some sound information. It's like, what, a statue of someone breastfeeding? Well, that's pagan, and that's that's the statue of Mary and Jesus. That's what it is. It's like it might be a Catholic thing, and obviously in Matthew chapter 2 it says the wise men, they came and worshipped Jesus. Now Mary might have been holding Jesus on her lap or whatever, but they worshipped Jesus. They didn't worship Mary. So
recognized that biblical Christian traditions that were formed from the Word of God were initiated by Jehovah God himself and have no roots in paganism whatsoever. Hislop fails to see that the Passover, the Feast of Unleavened Bread, first fruits, etc., were ordained by God, who did not borrow ideas from Israel's pagan neighbours. Hislop's whole claim is based merely on phonetics and not on historical verification. His whole argument is based on the false notion that Easter sounds like Ishtar, and he therefore concludes that they must be related. Any linguist knows that this type of conclusion is unreasonable. Then, without a single shred of evidence, Hislop denounces the entire biblical Christian celebration of Easter as pagan because of this phonetic similarity. This is absurd.
So this was the list that I got from Wikipedia, and I was like, yes, look at all these names. It was just so cool.
Even if he was right, which he wasn't, do we need to throw out the entire celebration of Easter because an English word has roots in the name of a pagan god? Is this enough ground to wipe Easter off our church calendars? What about every other language group that doesn't use the word Easter? Are they wrong also, or just German and English speaking people? Hislop claims that the word Easter is of British origin. He then goes on to theorize that the word somehow became tied to the Hebrew word Ashtaroth, which then somehow became attached to the Greek Astarte, and which is the same as the Babylonian Ishtar. Hislop performed all these linguistic gymnastics without understanding at all the Germanic roots of Easter, thus proving his ignorance on the matter. While Hislop has absolutely no evidence to support his theory, there is a library of evidence against his theory. The main one being that Hislop fails to recognize the relationship between the English word Easter and the German word Oster. The fact that this essential piece of information is not mentioned even once in Hislop's book proves without a shadow of a doubt that he did not understand the basic etymology of Easter. This demonstration of the Easter-Oster bond again reinforces the Saxon and Germanic etymology in preference to some type of Babylonian goddess. This is plain for all to see and elementary to skilled linguists. Hislop stated, but the unequivocal traces of that worship are found in regions of the British Islands where the Phoenicians never penetrated, and it has everywhere left indelible marks of the stronghold which it must have had on the early British mind. This statement demonstrates that Hislop was surprised that the word Easter is used so frequently in England, concluding that the influence of the Phoenicians must have been greater than previously thought, thus demonstrating again that he knew nothing of the link to the German Oster which all evidence leads to. C.F. Cruz in 1850 pointed out 3 years before Hislop wrote The Two Babylons that our word Easter is of Saxon origin and of precisely the same import with its German cognate Ostern. The latter is derived from the Old Teutonic form of Auferstehen, Auferstehen, that is, resurrection. The etymology of Easter is easily traced to the German word for resurrection, not to some fabricated pagan goddess for which there is not a crumb of evidence. A child could understand how Easter came from Uster, but textual critics grapple to decipher Hislop's confusion because, like evolution, it is an inexhaustible myth that is a wild goose chase.
So this Ralph Woodrow pointed out that Hislop taught that all of these were the same God. So, I mean, Hislop's book is sort of like, it's Texe Marrs on steroids, you know what I mean? Every conspiracy theory that you've ever heard of, every type of, you know, Dagon, Beelzebub, Vulcan, Orion, you know, any type of Greek mythology, Roman mythology, it's all mixed together, and it's all, you know, Easter. it's very sloppy.
You can spend forever going through the names of Ishtar in Latin, Hebrew, Greek, etc., and you'll be none the wiser. According to Scripture, Jehovah initiated both Passover. The Hebrews didn't need intermediary pagans. Moses states in the book of Exodus that God gave the feast of Passover to the Jews, and that God gave the specific date upon which the Passover was to be celebrated, the 14th of Nisan, which was formerly called Abib before the Exodus. The Jews did not borrow the Passover feast or the Passover date from anyone, but got both the feast and the date of the feast directly from Jehovah God. The Easter celebration, which is the Christian fulfillment of the Jewish Passover, occurred on the very same date as the Jewish celebration, the 14th of Nisan. Christians did not need to copy the resurrection idea or the resurrection date from pagans. Christians celebrate the resurrection of Jesus Christ because Jesus Christ literally rose from the dead in fulfillment of the Passover on that day. Hislop speculates that the Christian celebration was not based upon the Jewish Passover, but that Christians somehow abandoned the fulfillment of the Jewish Passover and instead celebrated an unknown fertility festival. There is no evidence for this apart from what Hislop theorized. If you're a Bible believer, you believe the Bible. If you're superstitious, you believe Hislop. In stark contrast, let's take a quick look at the scholarship of some of the King James Version translators. Lancelot Andrews, one of the chief translators of the Authorized Version, spoke 15 European languages, which were at the time the majority of the modern languages of Europe. He had private devotions all written in Greek. He is still regarded as one of the greatest scholars ever. William Bardwell was an eminent Oriental scholar whose fame for Arabic learning was so great that scholars sought him out for assistance. He was the first person who considerably promoted and revived the study of the Arabic language and literature in Europe. In 1612, he published in quarto an edition of the Epistles of St. John in Arabic with a Latin version. He compiled an Arabic lexicon, which is like a dictionary, in 3 volumes, and also began a Persian dictionary. He was educated in cognate languages and thoroughly conversant in the science of Semitic linguistics. That is, he knew a great deal about Hebrew's sister languages, Arabic, Persian, Syriac, Aramaic, Coptic, etc. Miles Smith deeply studied the 100 church fathers from 100 to 300 AD, and 200 more who wrote from 300 to 600 AD in Greek and Latin, and made his own comments on each of them. He was well acquainted with the marginal comments in the Hebrew language. He was fluent in Hebrew, also an expert in Chaldee, Syriac, and Arabic, so that they were almost as familiar to him as his native tongue. Henry Saville was famous for his Greek and mathematical learning at a young age. He was Queen Elizabeth's tutor in Greek and mathematics. He translated countless ancient works from Latin and Greek, his chief work being the first to edit the complete works of Chrysostom, the most famous of the Greek church fathers, in 8 large folios. A folio was the size of a large dictionary or encyclopedia. John Boyce had read the entire Bible by the age of 5 in Hebrew. By the age of 6, he wrote Hebrew in a reasonable and stylish character. He was also just as skilled in Greek by his mid-teens. He was known to study continuously from 4 a.m. to 8 p.m., that is 16 hours straight. He had a library which contained one of the most complete and costly collections of Greek literature that had ever been collated. He left over 30,000 pages of writing when he died. He could read the Greek New Testament like he read English. This is a small portion of the testimonies of the 57 translators who translated the King James Version. How sad that in this day and age, we trust someone like Hislop, who was uneducated in the basics of linguistics and barely knew any English etymology at all, let alone any ancient Semitic languages fluently. Many Bible critics and translators today who perhaps know how to use the Strongs or Vines, or took a year or two of Greek or Hebrew at some Bible school, have followed in Hislop's footsteps. What a shame that believers devote so much time arguing against Easter, something that Christ himself initiated, or waste so much time attacking the King James Bible. It also seems strange, if not blasphemous, that we as Bible-believing Christians could think that the King James Version translators would insert the name of a pagan deity in place of the word Pascha. Imagine if we placed Krishna or Allah in its stead. To think that the world's most famous translation could get it so wrong here is sheer ignorance on our behalf. To believe that Tyndale, Kramer, Martin Luther, Coverdale, Matthews, the translators of the Great Bible and of the Bishop's Bible and of the King James Bible were referring to a pagan god of the spring called Ishtar is so absurd that it becomes humorous when examined. If this hearsay is true, then Luther and Tyndale, who named Christ the Easter Lamb, were being blasphemous, as it would be like calling Christ the fertility goddess lamb. Imagine calling Christ the Allah lamb or the Buddha lamb. But I suppose this is why people have rejected Easter, for conscience sake. But with the information provided, it is time for Christians to examine Easter in a logical way and not follow conspiracy theories, which is usually the practice of cults. This type of modern biblical criticism, more than anything else, has weakened and almost destroyed the high view of the Bible previously held in Christendom. The early church never debated whether or not to celebrate Easter, but only debated on which.
Okay, so just so you know, basically that's the end of my first article. So in this video, I put 2 articles together. So you've just gone through my first article. Congratulations. Because I realized that I would share my article with people and people would just yawn. They'd read like 2 minutes of it and go, and then type back, it's pagan. So by creating a video, I actually had it on my own server and I had it on some other YouTube thing, which I think got deleted. But it got lots and lots of hits. There was lots of interest in it. But what I realized was someone else copied it and uploaded it, and that had like 50,000 hits or something. But they were linking people to like Sam Gipp and Peter Ruckman, and I was like, and someone mentioned it. They said, why do you at the end link to Sam Gipp and Peter Ruckman? I was like, well, that's not my channel. So I actually uploaded these on a Textus Receptus Bibles channel or something like that, and because I thought, well, I've got to put it somewhere. And so I just guide people to that without the Sam Gibb stuff, and which is basically saying the opposite of what I'm teaching.
Which day to celebrate it on?
Yeah, so this is a very important thing. The early church, they all celebrated Easter, but they only debated on which day to do it on. So it was always celebrated by Christians.
Most claims that Easter in Acts chapter 12 verse 4 was a mistake or a mistranslation in the King James Bible stem from the pagan origins myth. However, there is also another reason why some reject Easter being inserted here. The phrase, everyone knows that Pascha means Passover, not Easter, is often claimed with pulpit-thumping assertion in many anti-Easter articles on the internet. Yet modern Greek dictionaries define Pascha as Easter. If you ask any modern Greek what Pascha means, every one of them will tell you that Pascha means Easter. The very opposite to what some Greek experts within the assembly of textual critics will assert. Many of God's people repeat what these experts affirm, as I myself once did, either claiming Easter to be pagan or citing the inaccuracy of Acts chapter 12 verse 4. Now about that time Herod the king stretched forth his hands to vex certain of the church. He killed James, the brother of John, with the sword. And because he saw it pleased the Jews, he proceeded further to take Peter also. Then were the days of unleavened bread. And when he had apprehended him, he put him in prison, and delivered him to 4 quaternions of soldiers to keep him, intending after Easter to bring him forth to the people. Acts chapter 12 verse 4 in the King James Version. With our Western way of thinking, we sometimes separate Pascha into 2 distinct time periods, one being the Passover and the other Easter. It helps to know that in New Testament times, Jews were celebrating the Passover and Christians were celebrating the resurrection, Easter, at the same period of time. It would appear that the rationale of the King James Version translators in using the word Easter and not Passover was that Herod would have thought in terms of the Jewish designation and was waiting until after the festival to bring Peter before the Jews, as his desire was to please the Jews. While Luke, the writer of Acts, made it perfectly clear by stating, "Then were the days of unleavened bread," that he was speaking of the Christians' Pascha and was making mention that the Passover feast day had already taken place and the Feast of Unleavened Bread was taking place. Luke forced the semantic domain of Pascha by making this statement and wasn't referring to the Passover feast day, which was on the first day of the feast, but stated that Peter was taken during the days of unleavened bread, which was a 7-day period after the feast.
Okay, so probably out of everything that I've done in my videos and articles, that one there, I would probably include the feast day as a day of unleavened bread. Now, obviously, I've written this back in 2005, 2008, or when that got published, and one of the things was I was still sort of trying to figure out all the dates, and there seemed to be so much confusion about I'll just go back there so it can trigger some thoughts. There seemed to be so much confusion about, like, some people were saying, no, it's not the Passover day, it's after the Passover because it's the Feast of Unleavened Bread. So if it was the Passover, it would have to be the next year's Passover. And I was reading all these articles, and they were so confusing that some of that confusion was sort of like, just this fog around what I was trying to do. But realistically, all that I was sort of saying here was that I actually almost disproved myself with the rest of this article. So, because I go on and say that the whole entire week is called Passover. So this bit here is sort of like me fleshing it out and going, okay, well, this is what I'm thinking. But then I'm like, well, but the whole week is called Passover. But really, the whole week is called Passover, and the whole week is called the Feast of Unleavened Bread. But initially, the Feast of Unleavened Bread sort of followed the Passover. So I think what I've done is I've taken that too literally from the Old Testament, brought it into the New, and gone exactly this and that. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter that much. But I would probably even just leave that bit out, because it's just sort of saying a bunch of sort of nothing. Now, but what it does, it gives you a good timeline. So the 14th of Nisan, the Passover feast, that's when Christ died. So then the next day was the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Then the 16th. So if this was the week that Christ died, Jesus had the Passover. He died at about 3:00 in the afternoon. And that exact same hour, they were killing all the Passover lambs. Okay. Then on the 15th, the next day was the start of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, and that was a high Sabbath. So I believe Jesus died on a Thursday. The next day, on the Friday, was a Sabbath day, because after every Passover, there was always a Sabbath. And it wasn't the weekly Sabbath. It's just like here in Australia, we have Christmas Day, and then we have Boxing Day the next day. You know, they have it in England as well. I don't think they have it in the United States, but just like after New Year's Eve, you have New Year's Day. You know, it's just one just follows the other. So if you had Passover, you're going to have a holiday the next day. Okay, so that's why you have Jesus dying on the Thursday, the Friday being a Sabbath. See, people have assumed that Friday is a weekly Sabbath, because it says, you know, the Sabbath was approaching, and they quickly, you know, got him down off the cross, put him in a tomb, and it's like, but then the 16th would have been a weekly Sabbath, so you got 2 Sabbaths in a row. That's why early in the morning the women went to the tomb, or else they would have done that on the 16th. You know what I mean? If it was like a Wednesday thing, like people go right back to Wednesday. It's like, you know, with this being Wednesday, Passover, you know, the 15th being a Sabbath, and then I think I've got a picture of it here. This is a view that I don't agree with, but this is quite a common thing. Say Stephen Anderson would teach this, a lot of the new IFB. So they have Wednesday, they have the day of preparation. Jesus was crucified. Yeah, I'm not sure about these times or whatever, but it's like, and then they have the high Sabbath. That's a day off. Then the Friday is like a free day. Well, why didn't they go to the tomb then? It's just like, oh, they're just sitting around like, oh, well, you know, Jesus died. And, you know, it just doesn't make any sense. And also, they're not counting, okay? Because it's like, if you got Wednesday, if Jesus died, like, yeah, it says here, Jesus died around 3. So that's what I agree with. So Jesus died around then. He's put in the tomb. So the first night, so that the Jewish day goes from sunset to sunset. Okay, so the Jewish night, so the first, you just do the math. Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, and Jesus rose on the Sunday. Okay, so you got 4 nights there. So you might have Thursday, Friday, Saturday, but didn't Jesus rise on Sunday? That's where they end up having Jesus rising on the Saturday. It's weird. And when you go through it, it doesn't add up. It doesn't make any sense. See, the whole thing about Judas as well, he hung himself. So they couldn't pull him down. He was hanging there for like 3 days. And that's why he imagine in the Middle Eastern sun, he's swelled up like a balloon. He's come apart and splattered all over the ground. And that's mentioned in the book of Acts. You know, it talks about that gross type of thing. You know, he fell headlong and burst asunder and all this stuff. It's like, oh, that doesn't seem like, I thought he just hung himself, you know. And so, but when you understand, like, wouldn't they have just taken him down on the Friday? Because it clearly says he just went, he saw that what happened to Jesus, he went and hung himself. So if that happened, you know, so anyway, this timeline just doesn't make any sense, like, to me. But this is the Stephen Anderson stuff. I know Chuck Missler believed this. Lots of people believe it. Even Philip Powell, who published my articles firstly, he taught this. And in my articles, I taught a Thursday. And he was sort of like, I don't believe in that, but he overlooked that. And that was a good thing about him. He would, and I put in my comments in a footnote, I said, look, Philip Powell doesn't follow this, because I didn't want people to think that he did when he clearly didn't. So, and I also wanted to make a distinction between us, because I just wanted to be as accurate as possible.
Bread, which was a 7-day period after the feast. Even the liberal translator and scholar Philip Schaff said, Easter is the resurrection festival which follows the Passover proper, but is included in the same festive week. Luke didn't have separate words in Greek to specify the difference between the Passover proper and the resurrection celebration, Easter. He used Pascha and added, "Then were the days of unleavened bread," emphasizing the resurrection of Jesus Christ. He followed this pattern throughout the book of Acts. Luke would not have added it for some trivial reason. Rather, he was inserting information that would place the Greek Pascha into context in Greek literature and the Textus Receptus itself. The use of the word Pascha in early Christian writings dealt with the celebration of Easter and not just the Jewish Passover. Luke rarely went out of his way to explain the Old Testament practices of the Jews in Acts. For example, in chapters 1 and 2 and right through Acts, things like a Sabbath day's journey from Jerusalem, the day of Pentecost was come, were written without any explanation whatsoever. So the addition of the words, "Then were the days of unleavened bread," indicate that there was something that Luke wanted the readers to know about the particular chronology of the occurrence of the 12th chapter of Acts.
So I guess because so many people had talked about the day of unleavened bread, Feast of Passover, and all this stuff in their books, I assumed that it was an important thing to discuss. But looking back, it's just like Feast of Unleavened Bread, Passover, it's all pretty much the same week. So,
had Luke not included these words, there would be no doubt as to it meaning the Jewish feast, and the thought of a Christian feast would only come to mind in the knowledge that historically the early church did celebrate Easter more or less in the same festive week.
So that's the conclusion I came to, was pretty much they did it in the same week. So the Jews were celebrating and the Christians were celebrating. So I would probably only just say that if I was to redo this video. But just to let you know.
Also, it would not have been necessary to make any distinction at all, as the King James Version translators did. But the fact remains that Luke did mention it, and the very learned King James translators did see this insertion vital to explain the context correctly. The King James Version translators were well aware that Tyndale changed many of the references from Easter to Passover in his editions of the New Testament after he invented the word Passover, and also how Pascha was used for both Easter and Passover in early church literature. Yet they were also especially familiar with the disputations about Easter in the first few centuries of Christianity. Dr. G.W.H. Lamp has correctly stated, Pascha came to mean Easter in the early church. Dr. Lamp lists several rules and observances by Christians in celebration of their Pascha or Easter. He also points to various Greek words such as Paskazo or Paskalua that came to mean celebrate Easter and Eastertide. Likewise, Dr. Gerald Kittle notes, Pascha came to be called Easter in the celebration of the resurrection within the primitive church. It must be remembered that Pascha was the most important feast of the Jews. The early church, including Luke, would have initiated the trend of not celebrating the old shadow Pascha, but celebrating the new Pascha. Alfred Edersheim, a Messianic Jew of the 19th century, said of the Last Supper, it was to be the last of the old Paschas, the first, or rather, symbol of promise of the new. He clearly knew that every Pascha from the time of the cross was to be the new Pascha and not the old. John Owen wrote, there was also a signal vindication of the truth pleaded for in an instance of fact among the primitive churches. There was an opinion which prevailed very early among them about the necessary observation of Easter in the room of the Jewish Passover for the solemn commemoration of the death and resurrection of our Saviour. And it was taken for granted by most of them that the observance hereof was countenanced, if not rendered necessary to them, by the example of the apostles, for they generally believed that by them it was observed, and that it was their duty to accommodate themselves to their practice. By the later 2nd century, it was accepted that the celebration of Easter was a practice of the disciples and an undisputed tradition. That Easter was to be observed by virtue of apostolical tradition was generally granted by all. Again, Philip Schaff observed, from some hints in the Apostles viewed in the light of the universal and uncontradicted practice of the Church in the 2nd century, it may be inferred that the annual celebration of the death and resurrection of Christ and of the outpouring of the Holy Spirit originated in the apostolic age. In truth, Christ crucified, risen, living in the Church was the one absorbing thought of the early Christians. As this thought expressed itself in the weekly observance of Sunday, so it would also very naturally transform the two great typical feasts of the Old Testament into the Christian Easter and Whit Sunday. The Paschal controversies of the 2nd century related not to the fact, but to the time of the Easter festival, and Polycarp of Smyrna, an ancient of Rome, traced their traditions to a difference in the practice of the apostles themselves.
So, it should say Anicet, I'm pretty sure, of Rome. But I said ancient. But
Schaff indicates that historically there was never any debate within the early church over a pagan Easter, or whether or not it should be celebrated, but primarily what day it should be celebrated on. In Bible times, the 14th of Nisan could fall on any day of the week, but some in the church felt that the 17th, also known as the Feast of First Fruits, the date Jesus rose from the dead, should be the proper day that Easter be celebrated and the Lord's Supper taken. But that could also fall on any day of the week. Finally, it was concluded that the Sunday following the 14th should be the day. This practice was followed by most churches except for the Quartodecimans, derived from the Vulgate Latin,
Quartodecimans. I called them the Quartodecimans. That's cool.
Decimal, meaning 14, who kept Easter on the Passover day, the 14th. Because they strictly followed the law, they were generally considered legalists by most of the church fathers. Around 120 AD, Polycarp, who was a disciple of John, went to see the Christian leader Anicetus to discuss the proper date for this celebration. Polycarp, Bishop of Smyrna, visited Rome to confer with him about the controversy over the date of Easter. Those in Asia celebrated it on the movable weekday of the 14th of Nisan, which was the Old Testament Jewish Passover date, while those in Rome did it on the first Sunday after Passover. They decided to let each group continue as they had been doing, rather than cause a split. We read in Eusebius, a question of no small importance arose at that time, that is, about AD 190. The diocese of all Asia, as from an older tradition, held that the 14th day of the moon, on which day the Jews were commanded to sacrifice a lamb, should always be observed as the feast of the life-giving Pasch, contending that the fast ought to end on that day, whatever day of the week it might happen to be. However, it was not the custom of the churches in the rest of the world to end it at this point, as they observed the practice, which from apostolic tradition had prevailed to the present time, of terminating the fast on no other day than on that of the resurrection of our Saviour. These words of the father of church history tell us almost all we need to know concerning the Paschal controversy in its first stage. A letter of Irenaeus is among the extracts just referred to, and this shows that the diversity of practice regarding Easter had existed at least from the time of 120 AD. Further, Irenaeus states that Polycarp, who like the other Asiatics, kept Easter on the 14th day of the moon, whatever day of the week that might be, following therein the tradition which he claimed to have derived from St. John the Apostle, came to Rome around 150 AD about this very question. Paul had prophetically given good advice to the Roman Church on these matters. One man esteems one day above another, another esteems every day alike. Let every man be fully persuaded in his own mind. He that regards the day regards it to the Lord, and he that does not regard the day to the Lord, he does not regard it. But why do you judge your brother? Or why do you show contempt for your brother? For we shall all stand before the judgment seat of Christ. Interestingly, Paul scolded the Galatian church in Asia for lapsing into ritualism, saying, But now after you have known God, or rather are known by God, how is it that you turn again to the weak and beggarly elements, to which you again desire to be in bondage? You observe days, months, seasons, and years. I am afraid for you, lest I have laboured for you in vain. Galatians chapter 4, verses 9 to 11. Quartodecimans were looked upon by the early church much the same as Seventh-day Adventists are seen today, trying to impose concepts from the dispensation of the law into the dispensation of grace. Unfortunately, many Quartodecimans were persecuted and killed for this belief. Quartodecimanism was almost thoroughly snuffed out by the Ecumenical Council of Nicaea. When the question arose concerning the most holy day of Easter, it was decreed by common consent to be expedient that this festival should be celebrated on the same day by all in every place. It seemed to everyone a most unworthy thing that we should follow the custom of the Jews, who in their celebration of this most holy solemnity, who polluted wretches, having stained their hands with a nefarious crime, are justly branded in their minds. It is fit, therefore, that rejecting the practice of this people, we should perpetuate to all future ages the celebration of this rite in a more legitimate order, which we have kept from the first day of our Lord's Passion, even to the present times. Let us then have nothing in common with the most hostile rabble of the Jews. Although sometimes seemingly anti-Semitic, and although sometimes incorrect, the Council of Nicaea's final decision on Easter was in accord with the majority of the early church fathers, which was what really matters. Once the churches became unified about Easter in the 4th century, the date was more consistent until the West's adoption of the revised Gregorian calendar in the 16th century. Although Britain didn't accept the calendar until 1752, most of Europe had accepted a different calendar during the generation of the King James Version translators. This observance and its basic structure survives with us to this time, with Easter Sunday being Resurrection Sunday, representing the 17th of Nisan, and Good Friday being the date, which is a representation of the 14th of Nisan, although in 32 AD, the day that Jesus died, it was a Thursday. These calendar modifications in Europe would have also caused many of the world's finest mathematicians, theologians, and scholars to be examining these trends.
I'll just go back to what I've written here. It says Jesus actually died on Thursday and rose Sunday. Thus 3 days and 3 nights, not specifically 72 hours, but on the third day he rose again. So I think what I'll do over the next few days, I'll probably do a whole video just on this issue. And so just like I'm doing a video now, I'll do a video just on the days, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And we'll just go through that. We'll go through the timeline, and I might even talk about the 70-week of Daniel prophecy and its fulfillment in the 10th of Nisan. So that Palm Sunday was a fulfillment of the 69 weeks. And so it's very important for people who are studying Bible prophecy as well. And so Doki Bible Club said quite a while ago, letting a major mistake saturate the Bible for 500 years is just par for the course, according to the new way of thinking. Yeah, it's like, well, every Bible has errors in it, so this is just another one. Unfortunately, that's been the mindset. So Vilma says, Easter is Roman paganism. Not necessarily. Easter is the word for resurrection in English. And so Christians can celebrate the Easter, and we do celebrate it. Jesus said, do this in remembrance of me. He did this at the Passover that they celebrated yearly. He said, do this in remembrance of me. Now, Jesus actually, when he died on the Thursday, according to the Hebrew calendar, when the sun set, that's when the next day started. So it's a bit like us. We have at 12 midnight the date changes, and it's the next day. So then they were just 6 hours earlier, and so 6 hours earlier they had found a place to have the Passover lamb, and the 14th had started, and they're all sitting around, and Jesus broke bread and did all that sort of stuff. The next day they were going to eat the Passover lamb. So Jesus actually never had the Passover lamb. So that's what I'll prove in my next video, I guess. I won't do it tonight. I thought of doing it tonight, but I think I'll just stick with the Easter thing because it's going to take up quite a bit of time. And I'll deal with this whole thing separately. So, yeah, so that'll be cool.
Mathematicians, theologians, and scholars to be examining these trends, including the King James Version translators. King James Bible translator Henry Saville was an expert in the Greek language, mathematics, and church history, and had been personal tutor in Greek and mathematics to Queen Elizabeth. He also founded the first chairs of geometry and astronomy in Oxford. His greatest work, besides his work on the King James Bible, was translating the complete works of the most famous Greek church father, John Chrysostom, from Greek into English. During his compilation of 15,800 manuscript sheets, he scoured all the great libraries of Europe, buying the oldest and purest of the Chrysostom manuscripts. Saville's edition of Chrysostom has been called the one great work of Renaissance scholarship carried out in England, and was the most considerable work of pure learning undertaken in England at that time. Saville, who frequented Europe, was considered by some as the greatest scholar of his age. Adam Nicholson, who wrote a book about the translators, dispelled the myth that the King James Bible emerged from an isolated and insular England by saying, "A river of European influences run through it, and no more open conduit than Henry Saville." Saville translated Acts chapter 12 verse 4 as a member of the Oxford Translation Committee assigned to translate Acts, the Gospels, and Revelation. Saville was often called in by King James to translate church books into Latin, Italian, or French. Chrysostom, whose works Saville translated from Greek into English, was staunchly opposed to Quartodecimanism, which occurred mainly in Asia. While Irenaeus claimed it had roots in apostolic tradition via John, the majority of the church practiced Easter on the Sunday after the Passover feast. In his 1612 edition of Homilies 27, volume 6, Saville gives the title Chrysostom's Discourse against those who were Judaizing and observing their fasts, revealing Saville's depth of knowledge of the Easter controversies. Interestingly,
so just this comment, Easter was never given as an ordinance for the body of Christ. Yes, it was. There's really no proof of anyone not celebrating Easter. So it's like no apostle ever celebrated Easter. Well, why did all the early church, there was no one who didn't celebrate it. And they were saying they got it from John. Polycarp said he got it from John. They were celebrating this feast. And if you actually watch the video of what I went through in the last 20 minutes, it was going through that. The writings of the early church pointing to this being an apostolic tradition. And so because it's just the Pascha, and so then when you go through, say, someone like Chrysostom's writing in the 4th century, he's talking about the Easter controversies. So there was controversy over the date and things like that, but there was never anyone who said we shouldn't do it. And so that's the thing. It's like you're saying Easter was never given as ordinance to the body of Christ. No apostle ever celebrated Easter, but all the facts are against what you're saying there. And so the reason why I'm showing Henry Saville here is because Henry Saville worked on the book of Acts, okay? And he basically worked on the complete works of Chrysostom, and Chrysostom, he talked about the Easter controversies. He has whole chapters about Easter and how the Jews were trying to put their dates and things on into the festival and their type of Old Testament laws into it and all this sort of stuff. And so he's in detail talking about that. So when Henry Saville would be translating that into English, which words do you think he's using? Specifically, these guys were using Passover, for the Old Testament feast. They're using Easter for the New Testament. So this is one of the things that I just sort of find that with Bryan Ross's understanding, he's basically saying, well, they were still synonyms, but it's by the time 1611 happened, that had changed. Probably for 10, 15 years, it had been basically Easter is a New Testament thing, Passover is an Old Testament thing, and people had been ironing this out to the point where what I'm teaching is way more valid and way more easier to understand than to just think that they were synonyms right up until about the same time. This is what Bryan Ross is sort of like, well, about the same time, and then they just sort of morphed into, or Easter, New Testament, Passover, Old Testament, but definitely not around the King James guys didn't do that. And it's like, well, there's so much pointing to the fact that they did do that. And so I want to look at some of those claims, but we want to finish this video first, and then I will want to look at some of the claims of Bryan Ross. But Vilma says 2 ordinances: water baptism, the Lord's Supper. Well, the Lord's Supper, Jesus initiated that on the 14th of Nisan, and in the evening on the Wednesday night, he initiated that, and he did that on Passover. Passover occurred once a year, so he said, do this in remembrance of me. So in other words, don't kill a lamb, do the Lord's Supper yearly in remembrance of me. So I believe the Lord's Supper should only be done yearly. If you want to do it every day, I don't mind, that's fine. But strictly, if I was to be biblical, some churches do it monthly, some do it weekly, some do it, every 6 months or whatever, some only on Easter. I think that's correct to just do it on Easter. So I know that upsets so many people who have whole theologies about, the communion and, whole groups talking about different things. But when you read 1 Corinthians chapter 11, it makes so much more sense that they're celebrating a massive feast. And so this is just like the Passover, but it's the Christian version. So the Apostle Paul said to walk after his traditions, 2 Thessalonians 3:6, show from the scriptures where Paul celebrated Easter. But he actually says to keep the feast. He says, for Christ, our Passover lamb was sacrificed for us. And so if you look up those verses, Christ, our Passover, if you read that, it's pretty clear. 1 Corinthians 5:7. Let's go to the King James. Oops. Here we go, King James Version. Now I'll just go to 1 Corinthians 5 because we want to look at the context. So it says, your glorying is not good. Know ye not that a little leaven leaveneth the whole lump? Purge out therefore the old leaven, that you may be a new lump, as ye are unleavened. For even Christ our Passover is sacrificed for us. And it says, therefore let us keep the feast, not with old leaven, neither with the leaven of malice and wickedness, but with the unleavened bread of sincerity and truth. So he says to keep the feast, and he's talking clearly about Passover. He's talking clearly about leaven and getting rid of the leaven. So this is clearly the Passover, but it's the Christian edition. So it's basically called the Pascha. And here, Tyndale said, Christ, our Easter lamb, is sacrificed for us. And that's true. He is our Easter lamb. And so he is our Passover lamb. So he was more talking in synonyms, but the King James translators, they have the correct word Passover translated 28 times. And so Vilma says, oh, that's Passover, not Easter, but it's the same word, Pascha. So even Christ, our Pascha, is sacrificed for us. If you type in Google Translate, okay. So if I type in let's go to English and we'll type in Easter, Passover, and we go to Greek. It's Pascalino and Pascha. They're both basically Pascha. Okay. Yeah, look, Pascha is Easter. Passover is Hebraico Pascha, which means the Jewish Passover. But Pascha and Pascha are the same word for Easter and Passover. So when you say, oh, that's Passover, not Easter, it's like, it's exactly the same word. It happened around at exactly the same time. Some people were celebrating it one way. Some people, it's the same coin, just different sides of the coin. The Jews looked at one side, said that's the Passover. Christians looked at the other side and said that's Easter, but they both use the same word. We use different words simply because we're English and we have more words. You know, we use words like wine, champagne. You know, we have lots of words. We grabbed it from French, and wine would come from vine. Champagne's more French. It's more fancy. Like stool is German, or a chair is fancy French. But we grab all these terms, and we have many, many terms where a lot of languages don't have that. And so we just have made more words. So we use Easter, we use Passover, and they're very specific. The KJV specifically says Passover. Are you correct in the KJV? No, I said Christ our Passover lamb. I said Tyndale said Christ our Easter lamb. And so, you know, I mean, you can accuse me of that anyway. Just if you keep listening, you'll learn something, okay, rather than just talking. And so it's good to listen and good to learn. And so anyway, most people I show that Easter and Passover both mean Pascha. Most people understand that. But if you're in King James only kooky land, the conspiracy theory side of it, you sort of get confused with that. But if you're into King James Version truth, where Easter is in the King James Version, which is what this whole video is about, you will see that why then did the King James Version translators put Easter in there? Are you saying it's a pagan festival? Why would they put it in there?
The earliest book with mathematical content to be printed at Oxford was printed by Charles Kyforth in 1520. This book explained how to make calculations for the date of Easter. The second mathematical book to be published in Oxford was Sir Henry Saville's Lectures on Euclid's Elements, printed in 1621.
So what I'm trying to do here is show that Saville, he knows a lot about Easter. He knows about Chrysostom's view of Easter. He's done translational work there. He's in Oxford. He would have, the first book of mathematics in Oxford was about the date of Easter. He printed the second book in Oxford, and so he would have known about this first book and read it. So,
if one were to search the biographies of Christian history and select a person equipped to translate Acts chapter 12, verse 4, it would be hard to discover anyone more able than Saville. Obsessed with Chrysostom, an enemy of Quartodecimanism, Saville was intimately acquainted with the Easter controversies. He was a noted mathematician with a mind for detail and chronological events, and one of the greatest English scholars, who personally tutored the Queen of England. I doubt you would find anyone more appropriate than Saville. Bancroft, one of the translators, penned the rules to be observed in translation. He lists some of the interesting procedures that demolish myths about the private interpretation or translator's oversight in regard to Easter. Rule 8 states, every particular man of each company to take you some chapter or chapters, and having translated or amended them severally by himself where he thinks good, all to meet together, confer what they have done, and agree for their parts what shall stand. Thus, the translators of Acts, for example, all personally translated the book by themselves, and then their particular group corporately amalgamated those personal translations into one copy, which was wholeheartedly agreed to by the entire group. Rule 9 requires, as one company hath dispatched any one book in this manner, they shall send it to the rest to be considered of seriously and judiciously, for his majesty is very careful on this point. Once the group had reached their consensus, they then sent their manuscript of Acts off to the rest of the translators to be examined by each group separately. Rule 10 records, if any company upon you review of your book so sent really doubt or differ upon any place, so send them word thereof, note the place, and withal send their reasons, to which if they consent not, the difference to be compounded at the general meeting, which is to be of the chief persons of each company at the end of your work, hence Henry Saville. In addition, there was a chance to respond to the reviewers in front of a committee. Rule 11. When any place of special obscurity is doubted of, letters to be directed by authority to send to any learned man of the land for his judgment of such a place. So if agreement could not be reached, further authorities in the land were to be consulted on particular matters. This reveals that great lengths went into the translation's accuracy. Many people think that Easter only appears in Acts chapter 12 verse 4 in the King James Version of the Bible. There is also confirmation for the fact that the King James Version translators defined Easter as the resurrection of our Lord. In the frequent mention of the various tables in the preface of the King James Version itself, which show to us that to the translators, Easter was the holiest day of the year, and they knew exactly what it was, the resurrection day. In the preface, which is in the front of the original 1611 Bible, Easter is referred to an almanac of 49 years, and a date provided for each of those years. This indicates that Easter, in this case, refers to the Easter celebration by Christians for Christ's resurrection and not to the Jewish Passover. Also, the following page, which is a table to find Easter forever, refers to the Christian Easter. In addition, the table proper lessons to be read for the first lessons, both at morning and evening prayer, refers to the Christian Easter and also includes other days as Whit Sunday and Trinity Sunday, which are holy days determined by the date of Christian Easter. This is also true in the table, proper psalms on certain days, and on the following page, events before and after Easter are described. Thus, when Easter was referred to in the preface of the 1611 Bible, it was referring to what we know today to be Easter. It never refers to Easter as the Passover, and when Passover is referred to, it is the Jewish holiday. From the above, one must conclude that when Easter was inserted by the King James Version translators, it was done so by design, showing their trend of using Easter as a post-resurrection Pascha and Passover as a pre-resurrection Pascha, also causing the definition of Easter as the Jewish Passover to become obsolete. As the Oxford Dictionary would later define Easter in the multi-volume Oxford English Dictionary, also showing a second meaning, 2, the Jewish Passover, obsolete.
Okay, so this is one place where Bryan Ross seems to say that no one was really ever looking into this or mentioning this. Now, the Oxford English Dictionary, it has the Jewish Passover obsolete, and I was bringing that out for my own purposes. Now, if I had a footnote there with that, basically what it has is Acts chapter 12 verse 4 saying that it is the Jewish Passover, but that's now an obsolete thing because they didn't recognize all that we're looking at now. They didn't look at the preface and say, well, everywhere else, even in the same book, it's talking about Easter equals resurrection, Easter equals resurrection, Easter equals resurrection. So I didn't put that information there because I felt that dictionary was wrong. Because in my first article, which is the first part of this video, pretty much every dictionary that I picked up said that Easter is a pagan festival. all the dictionaries were wrong. So when I get to the Oxford English Dictionary and it says Acts chapter 12, verse 4 is a synonym, Easter is a synonym for Passover there, I'm like, well, that's just wrong. So I'm not going to, cloud people with more misinformation. I'm just going to say the truth of what they say there. It's like, oh, they actually said the truth here, that Easter, a second meaning is the Jewish Passover, and that's become obsolete. Now, they say it became obsolete after the King James, where my position is it became obsolete because of the King James. And the usage around the era of the King James was clearly getting more and more. Easter was just talking about the resurrection celebration. Passover was just talking about the Jewish Old Testament feast. So they were just following trends that were already happening, but they fully solidified it by only putting Easter in Acts chapter 12, verse 4, which is the only place after the resurrection where it's warranted.
Thus agreeing with Seville, who was an Oxford man himself. The King James translation ended an 86-year trend that began with Tyndale. Scott Jones, an expert on Easter, said, "It doesn't take a saving to figure it out. The death of Jesus Christ, Christ our Passover, 1 Corinthians 5:7, occurred before the days of unleavened bread. The resurrection of Jesus Christ occurred during the days of unleavened bread. And Luke went out of his way to explain to his readers, then were the days of unleavened bread." As we enter into an Easter season.
So that little clip there, so it was probably Scott Jones was talking more and more about that. Now, at the time, there was lots and lots of talk. People like Sam Gipp and Jack Mormon and D.A. Waite and James White and a whole bunch of other people all talking about, the Feast of Unleavened Bread and all that sort of stuff. So that little clip there that I just put in, I would probably just delete that because it just seems like, I was saying at the end of my articles, I like to give reference to Scott Jones for basically saying Easter is not a pagan festival, and also for the true etymology of Easter related to Ust, the German East, and the relationship that has with first a hung and first a hen resurrection. And so there's a few bits like this in Scott Jones's article where it's sort of like, nah. And that would happen with any article. I think, like, I remember one time there was this author, and he wrote a book in 1992, and he did an audio book of it like in 2005 or something. And when I listened to it, I thought, he's reading this 1992 book. I would be like, nah, that's got to be corrected. No, I couldn't just go through and just read the same old book, because you learn and you grow and you mature. And so, even just focusing on the days of unleavened bread is just like a time waste, basically. So that's what I did, a tiny little bit here and there, little spatterings of that. And it's just like, just a waste of time. So I know that now. But
the days of unleavened bread. As we enter into an Easter season, let us keep Easter not with old leaven, neither with the leaven of malice and wickedness, but with the unleavened bread of sincerity and truth. 1 Corinthians 5:8. That is, Easter without legalism, without pagan myths, without conspiracy theories, and without degrading the authorized version. It would be much more edifying for the church to learn of subjects such as the Passover lamb fulfilled in Christ, or the fulfillment of the 69 weeks of Daniel prophecy on the 10th of Nisan, which is Palm Sunday, the Lord's Supper, the blood, the resurrection, etc., which no doubt many have been doing, however, should now do with even more boldness, proclaiming them without unnecessary doubting or confusion. History reveals that the majority of Christians worldwide have celebrated Easter because Jesus, not pagans, said, "Do this in remembrance of me." Luke chapter 22, verse 19, with 1 Corinthians 11:24. Paul stated, Therefore, whether you eat or drink or whatever you do all to the glory of God. 1 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 31.
Okay, so the KJV Today site was up at that time, and he put, east is related to Ustra, east towards the sunrise, from the east, Sanskrit, Ushtas, dawn, Orion, morning, Uzara, dawn, and then later on it became south, literally to shine. The east is the direction in which way the dawn breaks. So it was interesting. And I guess too, that was a plug for his site, so that people would go there and learn more about that. Okay, and then a plug for the references on my website. And then I put some copyright thing, which probably doesn't even matter. So, okay, so that's the first one. So let's go back and we'll crack open the second one.
After writing 2 articles...
Oops. I don't know what I've done there. That's it. Okay, so Vilmar says, Herod the king was a Roman. Thus, Easter is found in Acts 12:4. Easter is Roman and would have been celebrated by Herod the king. So Easter comes from Pascha. So Pascha 29 times appears in the New Testament. 28 of those times it appears as Passover, and then once as Easter. Okay, so it's, if you're Greek, you would just read through and go, they all mean Passover. If you're a Christian back in those days, you would say, well, the Passover is sort of redundant because Jesus died as a Passover lamb. So we're celebrating Easter. If you go to Greece today and say Pascha, they say it means Easter. And so did the early church writers. They all thought that Pascha meant Easter. Now, if you said the Jewish Pascha, they would say, it's talking about the Old Testament Passover. So what you're saying there is just conspiracy theory nonsense. It's just not making any sense. I'm not saying that conspiracy theories aren't real, but I'm saying that what you're saying there is you're arguing for this pagan concept, which most people, even critical text people, have just completely rejected. It's old news. It's not even in the ballpark anymore. It's very clearly and easily debunked. And so I would encourage you to go back through my Why We Should Not Pass Over Easter and just watch the whole video again, and learn this, because I used to think the way you're thinking, and it's not sophisticated. It's not very well thought out. It's it doesn't match up linguistically. And why on earth would the King James be a literal Bible, but then in the book of Acts chapter 12 verse 4 insert a pagan festival there for the word Pascha? That would make it like a paraphrase, like a living Bible sort of thing. It would be strange. You don't just get a word like if it said the Feast of Tabernacles. You don't just put the Feast of Buddha there or something. You don't just make up things and insert pagan names, and you would never do that. these translators were very skilled, they were very good, and they wouldn't make silly mistakes like that, and they wouldn't deliberately do that. And so you have to have looked at all the argumentation for and against, which I have. And so David Crystal, the world-leading expert on the English language, said I was correct for saying that it's not a pagan festival. Most of the critical text guys today, Mark Ward and Wes Huff and a whole bunch of other people, are saying it's not a pagan festival anymore. So you're still behind the 8 ball. And so I know I might seem to be a bit harsh with you, but I'm just sort of, I guess in a way, just saying, hey, I was there once, but I did all this study and I'm presenting it so that you don't have to be stuck there. If you really want answers, I would go back through my videos and check it out. So this is part 2. So I'm just going to start playing this.
Concerning Easter and why it is a Christian celebration in its entirety. After some criticism, it dawned on me that most people will not read long-winded articles, and even after a few minutes of sharing my articles with people on the internet, instead of them taking time to read and examine them, most would speedily respond by copying and pasting something about a pagan goddess from some obscure website. So after some time, I created a video on the topic, which is basically a 1-hour reading of the 2 articles with several pictures to keep people's interest. Although the video was a bit rushed, it gives a good visual account of why I believe Easter should remain in Acts chapter 12, verse 4, and also remain part of the annual church service. Supporters and critics. When I first wrote my Easter article, world-leading expert on the English language, David Crystal, gave me some pointers about Easter and its German connection and mentioned that the article was accurate and good. Although both slightly disagreeable on certain minor points, Christianity Today has since published a similar article on Easter being Christian, and also Jonathan Safadi of Creation Ministries International has used the information to confirm my stance on Easter. When I approached James White from Alpha and Omega Ministries, who wrote the book King James Only Controversy, he speedily rebuked me and called me a Ruckmanite for making such claims and banned me from his forum. On the flip side, D.A. Waite, who wrote Defending the King James Bible, printed parts of the articles in his newsletter after having formerly taught that Easter was pagan. His contemporary Jack Mormon also read the articles and said that the information had taken the matter forward considerably from his former article on the topic. King James only pagan concept. In fact, the majority of animosity has surprisingly come from King James only supporters who have swallowed the false King James only concept that Easter is a pagan festival. I mentioned to one King James Version supporter that if...
So just sort of stop this, because it's quite embarrassing for this filmer person. It's like, LOL, Mark Ward. I do videos against Mark Ward, like probably every second video for the last 2 years. And it's like, okay, bye, have a nice day. Like, anyway, I know some of you will just ignore the troll, but this is the type of kooky King James only-est that you need to avoid. These people don't, they just mock scholarship. They just give everyone else in the KJV TR community a bad name, and they're not really interested in truth. And half the time they're probably like, I guess I would have thought that this person was a troll, but I've met so many people like this, which is really unfortunate. And I can understand that there are people out there who are like this. And I can understand the frustration of people who are critical text people who run into these kooky type of King James people. And they're like, oh, this is really upsetting. This is strange. These people they don't even think you can go to Greek or anything. Can't even go to another language. Can't even look up things in a dictionary and all this sort of stuff. There are people out there like that. And so, unfortunately. And so I'm glad that people would come against those type of people. What I'm against is when Mark Ward says that I'm like this person. I'm just absolutely not. And it's slander for him to say that. So, Filmer, I gave you the advice. You can take it or leave it. But hopefully you want an education and you want to grow. And so I would encourage you to go back through my videos and educate yourself.
Easter in the King James Version is pagan, and yet the underlying Greek says Pascha. That would make the King James Version a paraphrase and not a literal translation. I can't understand the logic behind many King James only people who should have naturally gravitated toward the revelations in my former articles, but it seems their alliance to and defense of people such as Peter Ruckman, Sam Gipp, and Gail Replinger is stronger than their alliance to and defense of the truth. Although many who are not in the Hyper King James only camp, but still believe the King James to be an accurate translation of the Hebrew, Greek, and Aramaic, have accepted the teaching as orthodox. In conclusion to the responses, all I can say is I still thoroughly believe what I have written to be factual and correct, and my steadfastness in defending my position has only further strengthened my stance. 2,000 years of Greek. If you simply go to Google Translate and choose to translate from English into Greek and type in the words Passover and Easter, the answer in Greek for both is Pascha, Pascha. One Pascha, Passover, is the Old Testament type, and the other Pascha, Easter, is the New Testament fulfillment. This has been the same in Greek for 2,000 years. Only the context formulated the difference. This is evident in the Church Fathers' writings, who often use Pascha for both the Old Testament and New Testament feasts. Tyndale invented the word Passover, and thus we Englishmen no longer had one word for the Old Testament feast and New Testament feast, but two. Previously, we used Easter, sometimes Pascha, but rarely. In Scripture, Passover was practiced before the resurrection occurred, and Easter, meaning resurrection, was practiced by the church after the resurrection occurred. Acts chapter 12, verse 4 occurred after the cross, being the only scripture befitting the post-resurrection context of Easter and not Passover.
So I'll just get back to that chart. So this is from the KJV Today website. And so he has here Pesach. And this is before Christ. And then Pascha, meaning Passover, that's before the cross. One time Easter appears after the resurrection. These two mentions are talking about the old feast, Passover lamb. So obviously Christ, if you called him the Easter lamb, it wouldn't make much sense. And so clearly, even by them just using Passover there, they're clearly putting that in its correct semantic range of, like the Feast of Unleavened Bread, in that context. And then obviously Moses kept the Passover in Hebrews 11. So that's talking about the Old Testament as well. So this is a really good chart. This is on the KJVtoday.net website. So I might put that in the KJVtoday.net. Just put it in the chat. So there is a .com, but it's been sabotaged. So they actually say on the .com, the people who have it are like from Slovenica or something like that, and they're putting up articles on how good the NIV is. It's just disgusting. But anyway, so that's the KJVtoday.net site. So let's just continue on from there.
The post-resurrection context of Easter and not Passover. Bead and pagan roots. Over the years, I've been asked repeated questions by people who have tried to cling to the pagan goddess myth. It was qualified in the previous two articles that Easter was considered by the Reformers to be the celebration of the resurrection and never once referring to a pagan goddess. But what about the English historian Bede and the goddess Uster claims? The Venerable Bede, 672 to 735, claimed that the word Easter came from Uster, the goddess of the Saxons. The first month, which the Latins called January, is July. February is called Solmoneth. March, Rethmoneth. April, Yostamoneth. Yostamoneth has a name which is now translated Paschal month, and which was once called after a goddess of theirs named Yosta, in whose honour feasts were celebrated in that month. Now they designate that Paschal season by her name, calling the joys of the new rite by the time-honoured name of the old observance. While many now understand that Hislop's phonetic connections between Easter and Ishtar is without any solid linguistic evidence, they still have questions and doubts about English Yosta, the goddess. Is the English Easter Yosta theory based on some linguistic data? Bede notes that the...
So basically, because Hislop mixed together all these goddesses and gods and whatever, so he said, well, it comes from Ishtar. So my first article was focused on that. And it also mentioned this other Germanic goddess. But basically, I proved that Ishtar is just phonetics. It sounds like Easter. So, but what about Yostamoneth? So this was the claim of Bede, and that it was probably called after a goddess and all this sort of stuff. So I kept getting questions about this one. And so let's continue.
Native Old English month Yostamoneth, Old English Yosta month, was equivalent to the month of April, yet the feast held in the goddess's honour during Yostamoneth had gone out of use by the time of his writing and had been replaced with the Christian custom, the Paschal season. Homophones and dictionary listings. In the English language, there are things called homophones. Some examples of homophones are stalk, part of a plant, and stalk, to follow, harass a person. Left, past tense of leave, and left, opposite of right. Rose, as in flower, and rose, past tense of rise. Words such as carrot and carrot and carrot, two, and two apply here also. In our case, we have English Easter and Yosta. Although spelt slightly differently, many English dictionaries have placed them under the same title of Easter. It must be noted that any definition that appears in a dictionary is separate from another entry. The two entries are separate and not under the same entry. Many English dictionaries mention both a pagan and a Christian definition for Easter. The 1717 English Dictionary states that Easter, Aosta, Osta, a Saxon goddess whose feast they observed in Easter month, April.
So as you can see, this is going way before Hislop. So this is one of the things where in my first article, I'm like, it's Hislop. But then if I went back, I would probably just say, well, Hislop popularized that concept, where this is actually a dictionary by Elisha Coles, so 1707. And I shared this with the KJV Today author. And so we were sharing this information around that time. But yeah.
But below it is the definition, Easter, the Christian Passover, in remembrance of Christ's death and resurrection, etc. This is from an English dictionary, 1717, by Elisha Coles. Noah Webster's dictionary in 1828 has Easter, Anglo-Saxon Easter, Estran, Paschal Fest, Easter, akin to German, Ostern, French, Anglo-Saxon, Estre, a goddess of light or spring, in honor of whom a festival was celebrated in April, whence this month was 1. An annual church festival commemorating Christ's resurrection and occurring on Sunday, the second day after Good Friday. It corresponds to the Pascha or Passover of the Jews, and most nations still give it the name under the various forms of Pascha, Pasque, Pasch, and Pasch. 1. The day on which the festival is observed. Easter Day, on which the rest of the movable feast depends, is always the first Sunday after the 14th day of the calendar moon, which 14th day falls on or next after the 21st of March, according to the rules laid down for the construction of the calendar, so that if the 14th day happen on a Sunday, Easter Day is the Sunday after. American Dictionary of the English Language, 1828, through the 1911 edition, Noah Webster. Nathan Bailey, in his 1802 A Universal Etymological English Dictionary, said, Easter, Easter of Estre, Saxon, a goddess of the Saxons, in honor of whom sacrifices were offered about that time of year. Osten, Teutonic, and then has a solemn festival appointed in commemoration of Christ's death and resurrection. A Universal Etymological English Dictionary, 1802, Nathan Bailey. The Eastern connection. When one does a study on Easter in English, Easter and Easter are etymologically related to the word east, but that's as far as it goes. In reality, there are many words that come from east, which is akin to German Ost. East and Ost simply have similar roots, meaning the dawn or sunrise. To Christians, this word is related to the resurrection and the rising of the sun, at which time of the day the Lord Jesus was discovered to be risen. In the end of the Sabbath, as it began to dawn toward the first day of the week, came Mary Magdalene and the other Mary to the sepulchre. Matthew 28 verse 1. And very early in the morning, the first day of the week, they came to the sepulchre at the rising of the sun. Mark 16:2. Some scriptures point to Christ's resurrection as being the great dawning. But unto you that fear my name shall the Son of Righteousness arise with healing in his wings. Malachi chapter 4 verse 2. We have also a more sure word of prophecy, whereunto you do well that ye take heed, as unto a light that shineth in a dark place, and until the day dawn, and the day star arise in your hearts. 2 Peter chapter 1 verse 19. I am the root and the offspring of David, and the bright and morning star. Revelation chapter 22 verse 16. While pagans obviously name their goddess after East for whatever reasons they did, it must be made abundantly clear that the word East is totally neutral and is neither Christian nor pagan, good or evil. There are several examples of neutral words being related to East, one being the Germanic Österreich, which is simply known as the country of Austria, from Oster, East, and Reich, kingdom, which includes the word Oster being the same word Luther used for Easter in his Bible, and the same word claimed to be a pagan goddess. Austria, while having Oster in it, is not related to the Christian Oster or the pagan Oster, but simply means East Kingdom. Many words in all languages can have a similar root, like undertaker, understanding, or undermine, but this does not mean that these words are exclusively associated. There is nothing evil about East, and words that derive from it should not be seen as close relatives of each other with good or evil meanings. Ost simply means east in German, and because a goddess is named after such a common term, should not taint any other common word related to Ost. Pagan Christianity. Just because a pagan goddess existed does not mean that Easter derives from Easter in any shape or form. From my research, I have concluded that Easter is derived from the German word to resurrect, and remains so today, as I expressed in my earlier articles. Our word Easter is of Saxon origin, and of precisely the same import with its German cognate Ostern. The latter is derived from the Old Teutonic form of Auferstehen or Auferstehung, that is, resurrection. But for argument's sake, let's amuse ourselves with the concept that the name Easter originated from a pagan goddess. What is the worst case scenario of such an association? Well, etymologically, the name of the goddess Easter simply means morning. If a local witch called her cult the dawn of the morning, relating back to this goddess, I wouldn't stop using the word morning, even if I found that it had derived from the same evil place. Christ even uses morning as part of his title in Revelation 22:16. The Old High German Eastorum simply means to dawn. East is not evil. Morning is not evil. In fact, does Satan own any words? Are any words his to claim, and are we forbidden to use them? What if perhaps the early English Christians took the entire idea of Easter to slap the pagan goddess in the face and proclaim that Jesus is the only resurrection, as a testimony of the Anglo-Saxon Christians' rejection of this goddess? Realistically, many words come from pagan concepts, such as the days of the week. Friday means the day of Fridge, Fridge being the name of a Norse goddess. Wednesday and Saturday are also derived from the names of pagan gods, Woden and Saturnus. When we evaluate the pagan roots concept, it really comes down to the Hebrew roots and sacred names movements. Books like Pagan Christianity label almost everything as pagan. Well, of course it is. No culture and language was sanctified except for the culture of the Hebrews of the Old Testament. Therefore, everything non-Hebrew is thus by default pagan. So unless we are all planning on becoming Jewish and practicing their customs and language, we use the languages of those around us, as the New Testament writers used the thoroughly pagan Koine Greek with words like theos, which was used to describe Greek gods, or concepts like Hades, which in the New Testament is translated as hell, but in Greek mythology was the god of the underworld. If the writers of sacred scripture under the inspiration of God didn't see any evil conspiracy to borrow such pagan words and to use them for the glory of God, nor should we, how can a translation be done into any culture if we cannot use the common words of that culture? In summary and conclusion, but I personally don't think such a thing happened. England and Germany are large places and traditionally had a rich culture. Just because a word is a homophone does not mean that the meaning is shared. East simply referred to the dawn or sunrise. And we need to recognize that both pagans and Christians wish to use the word East for their respective purposes. Perhaps, as I assume, these two factions may have even been in separate locations in the Germanic-speaking world and merely have the neutral word East as their common bond. Not everything with German Ost or English East is related to a pagan Easter, nor for that matter a Christian Easter. If I did this in the English language to words like Allah, and said anything with the al sound is evil, like Alexandria, alien, alchemy, I would be laughed at by linguists. Now, suppose Satan worshippers worshipped on a hill called the Western Mount. Just because the term West is in the name of the mount doesn't mean that it is related to Westminster, and it is etymologically absurd to think so. Osterberg, in German, simply means eastern city, from Oster, eastern, and Berg, city or town. Places like Westminster and Southampton are simply names relating to a particular direction. I suppose soon people will use these phony phonetic comparisons to rationale that Australia is Australia, the wicked nation of sex and eggs. We wouldn't naturally assume that George Bush has etymological links to the burning bush. We don't think that euthanasia is euthanasia, or that example is a type of egg sample.
In this video, we have toyed with the idea that the pagan goddess was genuinely a deity and that Bede's concept was true. Now, even if this was the case, the worst thing that could result from this is that Easter and Yosta are related to East. But let us also consider these facts about Bede's account. Bede's account is the only historical document claiming the existence of a goddess, Yosta. So every single claim of Yosta, even existing, falls back upon Bede's writing. So while in the first two articles and the first video, the concept of Ishtar and Astarte being related to Easter was dismissed, but further still, the concept that Yosta even existed is very flimsy indeed. It all hinges upon Bede. The Encyclopedia Britannica states concerning Bede's claims, this view presumes that Christians appropriated pagan names and holidays for their highest festivals. Given the determination with which Christians combated all forms of paganism, this appears a rather dubious presumption. Professor Ronald Hutton, in his book The Stations of the Sun in 1996, draws doubt on Bede's account and states the following: it falls into a category of interpretation.
So just to let you know, I'd actually made this last video in Pakistan, and you can hear the mosque in the background there,
which Bede admitted to be his own, rather than generally agreed or proven fact. There is no equivalent goddess in the Norse Eddas or ancient Germanic paganism. The Anglo-Saxon Yostamoneth simply meant month of opening or the month of beginnings, and concludes that there is no evidence for a pre-Christian festival in the British Isles in March or April. There are further reasons to doubt Bede's account. While days are often named after pagan gods, months generally are not. And one of the Frankish king Charlemagne's reforms was to rename the months, and April was renamed Ostermoneth. He was the scourge of Germanic paganism, and most certainly would not have named a month after a pagan goddess. Note, April was already known by the Anglo-Saxon version of this name, since Bede, some 50 years before Charlemagne, referred to April as Yostamoneth. As such, we have this from a Lutheran question and answer website. In the Frankish Church, the name of the festival of the resurrection included the Latin word alba, white. When this was translated into German, alba was mistaken for a Latin word for sunrise, which also was alba. For this reason, alba was translated with the old German word for sunrise, which has come to us in the form Easter, German Ostern. In many languages, The word for east means rising. It appears that the festival of the resurrection already has the name rising, since this seems to be the original meaning of Easter. The fact is, in English, Easter meant the Jewish Passover, and also the Christian celebration of the resurrection, and a supposed goddess. April was the month of spring, when the sun began to shine after a long winter and the spring equinox occurred. So the Jews of England, the Christians of England, and supposedly the pagans of England all gladly use this word. But now we must conclude that it's somehow owned by Satan. The online etymological dictionary says Old English east, east, easterly, eastward, from Proto-Germanic ustu, ustra, east, toward the sunrise. Old Frisian est, east, aster, eastward. Dutch ust, Old Saxon ost, Old High German Osten, German Ust, Old Norse Ustra, from the east, from Proto-Indo-European us, to shine, especially dawn. Sanskrit ushes, dawn. Greek urion, morning. Old English, Irish, Usha, Lithuanian Usara, dawn. Latin aurora, dawn. Usta, south, literally to shine. The east is the direction in which the dawn breaks. And so, as we can see, despite my bad Anglo-Saxon dialect, we can see that there's literally hundreds of words that relate to the dawn, to the morning, to east, to sunrise, and to conclude that these are evil somehow is etymologically absurd.
So shall we reject Easter? Dr. Paul Mayer, professor of ancient history at Western Michigan University, observes that if all the evidence is weighed carefully and fairly, it is indeed justifiable, according to the canons of historical research, to conclude that the sepulchre of Joseph of Arimathea, in which Jesus was buried, was actually empty on the morning of the first Easter.
Nowadays, there's a lot of good information.
So if you think with me that the Passover, the Jews are celebrating the Passover. Jesus died the very hour the Passover lambs are killed. And then when he resurrected on the Sunday morning, that was Easter. So we can make that claim with the English words that we have. Okay. And so, and that's what I really like this. He's like, if all the evidence is weighed carefully and fairly, it is indeed justifiable, according to the canons of historical research, to conclude that the sepulchre of Joseph of Arimathea, in which Jesus was buried, was actually empty on the morning of the first Easter. And so I think you guys would be convinced by now that Easter is not pagan, but also seeing why I have a very strong case against the whole concept of Easter just being a synonym for Passover in the King James. Sure, the earlier Bibles had those issues, but when the time of the King James occurred, the preface, to find Easter forever, all this stuff in the King James itself is pointing to the resurrection. That's only just the King James. If you were to look outside of the King James at all the books being written in that era, a lot of people have gone, hey, Nick, here's a list of 20 places after 1611 where they're using the word as Easter. They're using the word Easter to mean the Jewish Passover. And I've gone through every single one of them, and most of them are pointing back and quoting old Bibles, Geneva Bible, Bishop's Bible, or they're quoting older people. So it might be an article of 1570 or something like that. And I've gone through all. I've basically for the last 20 years had people try and poke holes in this argument, and I can't think of any argument that's been strong that's convinced me. And so when Bryan Ross has his book come out and he's just like, well, I think that it's just a synonym. I think it was a synonym. I think I clearly prove that and point that out. But to say it still was in 1611, I think just general usage throws that out the door. If you were just to look at the general usage around that time, you can clearly see that Easter was known as the resurrection celebration, and it was not being used as the Jewish Passover. The word Passover had been invented, some 80 years before, and that's what they were using. And so I'll continue on in this because we've still got, I think, about 10 minutes of that video. Yeah, that's the website, kjvtoday.net. Docky says, isn't there an old and new St. Patrick's Day and Halloween? Yeah, it sounds like there a lot of things have sort of morphed and changed over the years. Docky's saying, have a nice day, Vilma. Yeah, unfortunately, I've run into so many Vilmas over the years that it is very frustrating, but that's why I do these videos to hopefully, and I've had people contact me saying it just cleared everything up for me. And I've seen people every year, every Easter, they put my videos up on their Facebook and they say, this convinced me. There's especially this one guy, he contacts me and he's like, yeah, this changed my whole view on the King James Bible, because this changed my view as well. And that's why I felt like I was obligated to share this, because even when we looked, like I was watching a live thing of Dwayne Green today, and he mentioned that one of the first videos he ever made was saying that the King James had an error at Acts chapter 12, verse 4, the Easter issue. And he said, I probably wouldn't make that claim today. And at the end of the day, most people have believed that along the way somewhere. But with the information provided, I don't think there's any need for that type of silliness anymore. Docky says Clint Eastwood might be a pagan cowboy. Yeah, East. It's funny when you go through some of the words for East, and it's like, oh, that's pagan. That must be pagan too. And when I got the book, especially Pagan Christianity, when it first came out, and because it even says that the numbering system by Stephanus in his 1551 was pagan, because it's not in the original, so it's a pagan. It's sort of like, well, pretty much everything is pagan then. You know what I mean? Just I guess an iPhone's pagan, but you got the Holy Bible on there, so it's a pagan thing with a non-pagan book in it. And it's like it just gets ridiculous. Docky says it's 5 a.m. Where's your prayer mat, Nick? Yeah, talking about you can hear the mosque in the background. And I was living in a house with 12 other people. And so lots of kids. There was lots of activity happening. And out the front gate, there's people trying to sell eggs and banging saucepans together and to get attention, and cars zipping by, and motorbikes, and massively populated. And we were the only Christian family in the whole area. It was just a full Muslim area. And so it was pretty wild. But I loved being there, and so we're looking to go back there in 6 months. But if it happens earlier, where there is talk of maybe it happening earlier, we don't want to go when it's too hot. Around about now, between now and like 6 months, it's summer there. It gets to 50. It's hot. It's like going to Death Valley sort of thing, hot, So anyway, I'll continue on with this. That was my little, run to the toilet, come back sort of thing. maybe I'll give you 5 minutes if you if you want to go there. Maybe I'll just give a quick plug for the Will Kinney thing, because the Will Kinney thing is coming up on Good Friday, and that's going to be awesome. I'm really looking forward to that, actually, because like me and Will used to chat like back in like 2003 online, and it was very, very helpful for me. So let's crack that open. So yeah, here's Will. This is 2 p.m. Colorado time, so just after midday on Good Friday. And so yeah, I'm going to be interviewing Will. We're going to be chatting about all sorts of things, so that's going to be great. So you can come along, ask Will whatever you want, you know, Bible questions, TR questions, KJV questions, and yeah, we're going to be interviewing Will. So I'm really looking forward to that. It's going to be great. So anyway, let's just try and finish this.
Information concerning Easter on the internet. If you want to read my articles or look at my videos, you can go to easterau.com. There's a fantastic website called kjvtoday.com, which has a good article on Easter. It has many good articles. Will Kinney has done fantastic work in defending the King James. If you look at his website, brandplucked.webs.com, he's also done a YouTube voiceover concerning Easter. There's a new site called midax.net, and they have an article on Easter. They seem to be yet to make a conclusion about Easter, but they have a lot of good information. And
so I don't know who they were, but Midax, and I don't think it's to do with Bryan Ross either, even though he's a Midax guy.
And I borrowed some of their information for this video, and I thought I'd reference.
Yeah, so I actually, when I wrote my article, I was sort of, you can see that I was sort of going with the whole thing of homophones and saying, well, these are similar words. They sound the same, so they're homophonic. And I was going with that route, sort of like, well, you know, just because words sound the same doesn't mean they're related. And I was like, well, what's the worst case scenario? Even if these words are related, well, the Greeks, the Greek language of the New Testament uses Thor. You know, well, it doesn't use Thor. It uses Theos for different gods, and it uses Hades and Tartarus and all these concepts that are pagan. But that's it. That's in the originals, And so if God's fine with it, why can't we do it with our language and steal this word, But then the more that I looked into it and the more that I was doing this actual video, I came to the conclusion, hang on, it's only Bede saying this. And I just kept reading more and more and more. I was like, actually, this is sus. I think that perhaps this goddess didn't even exist. And people are saying that now. They're saying, well, there's just no proof of this goddess.
It's that here. Scott Jones, who had lamblion.net, he's taken his website down for some reason, but you can find his website if you go to Wayback Machine. If you type that into Google and type in lamblion.net, you can find his old Easter article, which is one of the first articles that I'd read concerning Easter and it not being a pagan festival. Up until then, I did believe and teach that Easter was a pagan festival. One of my previous pastors during Easter, he said, does anyone here in church know what Easter means? And I put my hand up boldly and said, Easter is a pagan festival. And so that was probably about almost 15 years ago now. And it wasn't long after that I started to study this issue. And what I found was people like Will Kinney and Scott Jones had already discovered that Easter was not pagan. And this helped me a lot, and this gave me a lot of insight and a lot of understanding into the accuracy of the King James, because I used to actually tell people that the King James is accurate, except for in this place where it uses the pagan word Easter. It should be translated as Passover. And so since then, I've gone through many different definitions that have doubt placed upon them by modern textual critics, and I've found that every time it just comes down to my own ignorance of the King James. The King James is a perfect translation. It is a perfect translation of the Greek, Aramaic, and Hebrew. And I thoroughly believe that the King James is accurate in every word. Some of the words might have gone out of date. They might have become archaic, but...
So this is mean like 2015 or 2016, and it's like, just saying some of the words might have gone in. Mark Ward comes along and goes, do you guys realize that there's archaic words? It's like, yeah.
We can trust that the King James is accurate. When we look at Easter, when we look at these studies that I've done, they show us that there's a wealth of information that we need to know, and people need to be teaching this sort of stuff in churches. They need to be teaching this sort of stuff in Bible colleges, but instead people are learning marketing, and they're learning church growth, and they're looking at Rick Warren's books and purpose-driven life and all this stuff. They need to be learning history. They need to be learning linguistics. They need to be learning how to read English. And a lot of people just simply don't know the basics of English, and so they come up with these foolish concepts, these pagan roots concepts. And so I hope you've enjoyed this movie. I intend to do one soon on the word church and why we should use the church in our common language and also in our Bible versions. And
I never did that one. That would be a really good one to do, actually, because it's a lot of people don't realize how good the word church is. They're like, oh, you can use congregation or assembly, and when you go through what the King James translators did, and they put each and every word in its correct place, where church is always for believers, an assembly I think is a mixed multitude, and then there was congregation. It's usually congregation which is Jewish people, and so it's amazing how they did that, and the ecclesia and how that's translated. So
there's a few other words I want to look at too, like the word unicorn and Jehovah and a few other ones.
So I've done quite a lot on those ones, but yeah, church, it's just reminded me of that, so that's good.
Some of you guys would be very familiar with these things, but to a lot of other people, this is news to them. And so thanks for watching. If you have any feedback, please comment below. And if you want to help edit my website, I run a website called TextusReceptus.com. I'm not your usual Textus Receptus sort of guy. A lot of people who prefer a Textus Receptus position over a King James only position tend to want to change a lot of things about the King James. I believe the King James is 100% accurate to the Greek and Hebrew. I believe the King James is without error. And so, but I have not adopted the theory that the King James is extra revelation or a special revelation. For English people, yes, because we speak English, but for everyone else, they need translations into their own language from the Greek, from the Hebrew, from the Aramaic. Now, the King James guys did a fantastic job, and I don't believe it can be bettered in a sense where what they've done is perfect. Now, I believe that the Bible can be updated, that there's no sin in that. And so on the Textus Receptus website, I've been involved in a project there for many years where we've been trying to update the archaic language of the King James without losing any doctrinal significance of an update. And so feel free to go through my website. I have a lot of information about Easter there. I have a lot of information about Bible versions. Some of the information in the early days I was copying from Wikipedia just to get search engine optimization. But now I'm going back through going, man, I've got a lot of Bart Ehrman rubbish on there. I've got a lot of Dan Wallace rubbish on there, James White stuff. I want to make it so it is the premier website for King James material, for Textus Receptus material, for the received text. I believe that Dean John Burgon, what he said, that the received text will have a revival once again. I believe this website is part of that. I want to see.
So that's interesting, because on the front of my TR website, I had Dean John William Berg on. It was actually Hoskia, and he said that he was at Burgon's house, and Burgon blew the candle out or whatever, and he said to Hoskia, "Look, just as the day is going to dawn and the light's going to shine into this house, so too will the concepts that I've taught dawn, and we will be vindicated with our position." But I think it was not long after this video, because someone listened to that and went, "Hang on, that's Burgon." Burgon's like a majority text guy, because at the time, a lot of people were confused because you got the Dean Burgon Society, and so like my stand with Burgon now is that basically he was against the King James in several places. He was against the Textus Receptus. He wasn't defending the TR. He was defending what he labeled the traditional text, which is not the Textus Receptus. And so it's very close. It's a bit like, James Snap Jr. defending the majority text, or his particular Byzantine text. And it's like, yeah, but it's not exactly the TR, is it? And he was actually sort of not defending certain things. He believed, in Matthew chapter 10, verse 8, that raise the dead shouldn't be in the King James there. And so things like that, where I think that's just completely wrong.
The word of God go forward in many languages. At the moment, I'm living in Pakistan, and we're working on an Urdu translation. I was very saddened when I came to Pakistan and started looking up some of the scriptures and learning Urdu, that the vast majority of places where modern versions take out scriptures are also missing in the Urdu translation. We've just finished a Khmer translation from the Textus Receptus, and so we have done a New Testament, and we've also done one from the Masoretic text, Old Testament. And so we are looking at publishing these, but we need sponsors. And so if anyone wants to help us, basically what we want to do is we want to just translate accurate Bibles. And like the William Carey Bible Society, we have a standard where...
Okay, so I talked for another 5 minutes, just sort of giving a plug for all my other stuff. I don't want to finish it yet. I know you guys are probably hanging for it just to end, but I do want to talk about what Bryan Ross says about this. So Bryan Ross has brought out 3 videos. Okay, and so at the end of the day, let me just get this up here. I might just shut that down. You can always just go back and watch it if you really want to. Yeah, so Bryan Ross has done 3 videos in Easter, which seem to be older ones, 2017. So this is like maybe a year or 2 after I've just made that latest video that I've just gone through. And probably 10 years after, I published my article. It's about maybe 12 years after I wrote my first article. And so if we go to the Grace Life Bible website or the YouTube page, we can see that he has these 3 videos. Don't pass over Easter, these 3 videos. And so the first one, when you listen to the first one, it's pretty much my position. He's going through and reading a whole bunch of stuff saying Easter is related to the dawn, it's related to the rising of the sun and all this stuff. I'm like, this is great. This is amazing. I'm really enjoying this. But then he's sort of like, well, I don't necessarily believe that. And I'm like, okay, why not? And so this is one of the things, don't pass over Easter. I think all he's doing is just getting the Oxford English Dictionary, because it has Acts chapter 12, verse 4 written in the Oxford. It's like, well, that's it, case closed. And I'm like, nah, like I do mention that. It had become obsolete, remember that? And so it just seems like that is the main thing, because there's not really much else. Even if you go through his videos, you're sort of left there going, oh, Easter means resurrection, Easter means dawning, Easter means all this stuff. And it's like, yes, it did once mean the Passover as well, because it was, I guess, around the same time. But today, that's not true. And when did that start? And to me, when I go back, I just go back and look at the usage, and it's like, well, the King James, that's when it happened, around that time. Maybe 10 or 20 years before the King James, it really gained momentum. And by the time the King James came along, the usage was Passover, Old Testament, Easter, New Testament. And so I'm just going to look at some of the critiques that he has of my position, because basically he's coming against the pagan thing, does a very good job at that. He is promoting his concept that Passover is just synonymous with Easter, and at the same time he's saying that Easter is not used by the King James translators as meaning like dawning or resurrection, like he mentioned in his first video. So we're going to go through that. So let's do that now. And so notice this is the front cover of his book, Don't Pass Over Easter, a new defense of Easter. I don't think it's new. I think it's pretty much exactly the same information that, say, Will Kinney, Scott Jones, KJV Today, myself have all brought forward, but just actually not going far enough and just saying, well, they're synonymous. We're clearly, I mentioned that in my video, and in my articles. So anyway, let's just jump into this. I know it says there's 30 minutes to go, but I'm going to probably fast forward a bit of this, because he does start talking about like Sam Gipp and the pagan concept. And so I'm going to sort of fast forward through that. But let's hear Bryan out.
In summation, the context of Acts 12 is thoroughly Jewish, and the English word Easter has a long history.
So the context of Acts 12 is thoroughly Jewish. So, no, it's not. It's not thoroughly Jewish. He's getting Peter, a born-again, Bible-believing, born-again leader, and he's just killed James, who probably was the leader at the time. I mean, when they had the council, talking about, what should we tell the Gentiles, 4 things, James stood up and was like one of the main leaders. And so he's just been killed. So it's not just a Jewish context, that there are Christians here, and the book is written for Christians by Luke, who's a Christian. So all of this plays into it as well, because it's written, the audience is a Christian audience. Theophilus, I believe he was a disciple, and it's written for him. Luke's written for him, and Acts. And when you read through it, it's clearly talking about a whole bunch of Christian things. It's not just like, well, this is just history, and it's not like the Jewish newspaper. This is Luke writing, a born-again Christian writing to other Christians. But regardless, even if it wasn't, the Passover, it's one word, but it has 2 sides to it. The Jews looked at their Passover, the Old Testament feast. The Christians looked at the fulfillment in Christ, and they used this word Pascha all through the early church writings. Pascha was used. Even till today, you go to Greece, what's Pascha mean? Easter. It's exactly the same as the early church writings. And so I can't see that. Anyway.
Of being used as a reference to the Jewish feast. The King James translators used Easter in Acts 12:4 to refer to the Jewish feast. This is the simplest.
So this is what he thinks. It's only to do with the Jewish feast. But see, the Jewish feast was happening the same time as the Christian feast. So inadvertently, you're saying the Christian feast as well. Because Peter, the other guys, they would have been going, what are we going to do? Are we going to kill a lamb? Well, Jesus is the Lamb of God. He said, do this in remembrance of me. He said, celebrate this way. And so that's what they were doing. So it wasn't like the Christians were just sitting around watching the Jews have fun. The Jews are having fun, and the Christians are also having fun as well. And they were celebrating their respective Paschas.
Most biblical and most charitable answer to the alleged controversy. When they say Easter, they are referring to what? Passover.
Oops. Yes, so he's just emphatically stated that when the King James translators say Easter, they're referring to the Passover. So I'm going to look at several things to do with this, because he reads the preface, and I agree with what he's saying with the preface, but I don't agree that it applies here. Because even like, say, the word ecclesia, the word congregation, church, assembly, all have specific definitions for different people, but it's all using the same Greek word. And so I can't for the life of me see why the King James translators would just leave this definition like that when there was no need to. If they thought it was the Passover, I'm pretty sure they would have ironed this out and said it was the Passover. Now, I know that they say in the preface that they didn't restrict themselves to just using a conformity of words. So it's not like if it says the word love, well, that can be translated from phileo or agapeo or whichever, eros. But at the end of the day, that they can, from different Greek words, translate the same English word, but it can be vice versa, where you can have faith sometimes meaning belief, or hope. It actually is translated as hope in one place. And so, but there's reasons for that. Okay, if the King James translators just left this one word, there's no reason to leave it. You know what I mean? It was just a random word that they've left, that they could have just left this in the book of John. It's just a synonym. There's no real reason for them to do this. And so they were well aware that Easter was constantly becoming more a word to do with the New Testament resurrection celebration. And the Passover was constantly becoming more and more to do with the Passover, the Jewish Passover. So I can't see them looking at all those trends and just going, well, let's just go with what they did 50 years ago. Because things had changed.
Now, again, the Oxford English Dictionary confirms this by providing Acts 12:4 from the King James Bible as an example of the second definition of Easter equaling the Passover in English.
And so that's where I put on my video. It says the second definition is the Jewish Passover obsolete. So my main point was to show that it was obsolete. Now, they put in Acts chapter 12, verse 4 as an example of where it hadn't become obsolete yet. But that's the Oxford English Dictionary, guys. When this type of thing has been raised for probably the last 15 years for me about the Oxford English Dictionary thing that we're talking about right here, right now. And I've always gone, well, look at my first article. I do mention it, but it was, I think it was Brent Riggs, I think his name is. So he was always trying to pull me over the coals and say, oh, you're not following the Oxford English Dictionary. And so what I actually did is I went through and started Googling mistakes in the Oxford English Dictionary. And there's just hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of mistakes. And so why would I think that the Oxford English Dictionary guys have an understanding like I've just explained in the video that I've just made and played? I don't think they would have had that understanding. Linguistically, they could understand things. But to go, well, Acts chapter 12, verse 4, they would have just seen the earlier pattern in the Bibles that was, okay, Easter and Passover is synonymous all the way through, and they're just like, yeah, I think the King James is the same. Instead of going, no, the usage has changed. Let's look at the preface to the King James. They're only using Easter as a resurrection celebration. Well, that usage obviously defines the words that they're using elsewhere in that book. And the culture around them is constantly using this word as a resurrection celebration too, and not for the Jewish Passover. And so the books that Henry Saville was writing about the complete works of Chrysostom, talking about Easter controversies, they're using the word Easter in that sense. They're not saying the Passover controversies, are they? They're not saying, and the thing is, when people were translating the early church writings like Chrysostom, they were making a distinction and using Passover for the Jewish designation and using Easter for the Christian designation. And that was actually being worked on by the guys who did the Book of Acts in the King James. So they finished their work, I think it was in 1612. That was Lancelot Andrews, John Boyce, Henry Saville, a whole bunch of guys. Andrew Downes, I'm pretty sure he worked on it. And so they've worked out, okay, that's the Old Testament word, that's the New Testament word, and we're going with that. So you would think that they would do the same with the King James Bible. To me, it just makes sense that they do that. To me, just only going by the Oxford English Dictionary, because it has Acts 12 there, did they know everything? No. Were they even spiritual? I don't know. I've watched a movie on it with Mel Gibson, and yeah, they show this lunatic sort of doing some interesting stuff, but I'm not saying that it's wrong, but it's like, I'm not even saying that video is accurate. It might be a bit of a stretch, but maybe it is accurate. But at the end of the day, regardless, I just think they just got it wrong there. So just like people are like, what? You're saying your dictionary is wrong? Yes, that's pretty much why we're doing these videos, because of the pagan, Easter's pagan. You know what I mean? It's in most dictionaries, unfortunately. So when I get to the Oxford English Dictionary, it says, well, that's Acts chapter 12, verse 4. I'm just like, oh, it's just another mistake, because I've seen so many. Having been birthed into the NKJV movement from understanding that most of the dictionaries got it wrong. Most of the world authorities are wrong on this. That's why I question everything, and that's why when something comes down the pike and I'm like, no, I just question it straight away and go, perhaps it's wrong. And so when someone's quoting the Oxford English Dictionary and saying, well, that's the authority, that's what you got to follow, I'm like, yeah, but they've been wrong too many times. And so I question that. And then when I look at the usage, I look at the people involved and, all that, it's like, and I look at the preface of the King James, it's like, well, to me, there's so much that speak to Easter in Acts chapter 12, verse 4. And it's the only place after the resurrection in all of Scripture. You know what I mean? And Bryan Ross knows from his first video that he's done, I'd recommend you go through his videos. They go for an hour, but it's like 3 hours. It will pretty much be like what I've said, but he will point you to, okay, it means Passover. Anyway, let's continue.
Again, I've given you the appendix again for your edification. So, Easter in Acts 12:4, the King James Bible means Passover. The King James Bible is not in error with this rendering, nor is it a mistranslation of the Greek word Pascha. It is a perfectly acceptable English way of referring to the Jewish feast as attested by the etymological and translational evidence.
The etymological and translational evidence. Well, the etymological evidence would show that what we believe today is the word Passover is related to the Jewish Passover. If I was to ask anyone, what does Passover mean? Oh, it's a Jewish festival. What's Easter? Oh, well, that's a Christian festival, unless they say the pagan rubbish, but let's forget the pagan stuff for a moment. So where did that start? Well, it started around that time of the King James. That synonymous concept of having the Passover and Easter, that was broken. and people started to really iron out those things as they were translating the works of the early church writers, as dictionaries were becoming more and more frequent, as usage was, getting tighter. This is the type of language that they were using.
Now, here's an important point. Uniformity of phrasing was not a demand placed upon the text by the King James translators.
That's true, but when you look at these words, like say the word church, the ecclesia, it's translated as church for believers, assembly for a mixed congregation, and congregation for the Jews. And so it's very accurate. It's not like they just went, you can just call it the church if you want, if it's just the Jews, or if it's just the, if it's a mixed multitude, just call it the church as well. And they were using the old terminology and understanding. Tyndale, he was upset with the church and the state of the church, so he used assembly, but clearly by the time 1611 came along, they put these words skillfully into their. It's like they're playing word Tetris. They put the block right where it fitted, and it worked. They put this other block right where it fit, and it works so good that most people don't even know how good it is until you start really studying a lot of words. And I know Bryan Ross, he's thoroughly going through all this stuff, but I think he's just sort of thinking, well, because they said that they're not tying themselves to uniformity of words, that they just were just like a bit haphazard, but they weren't at all. And that they specifically wouldn't have a uniformity of words because of reasons. So the whole Easter Passover thing would just be like, well, it's synonymous, so let's just use these two words. I don't think that they were doing that. Like when they use the word tabernacle, I don't think they're just using any other word. There are some words that just go all the way through the Bible, and that's the only definition for it. And especially if it's a noun, a proper noun, usually it's like, well, this is a descriptive feast, or this is a special thing. It's not like they just went the 10 commandments, or they were just sort of throw being artistic and like, oh, what do you think, John Boyce? Do you think we should use commandments there, or should we just use commands? Or usually like commands or commends is sort of like a personal command. It's very interesting how they use the words, but I never go, well, they haphazardly just sort of toss a coin or just go, okay, we've got 10 words to choose from, we can choose any of them, sort of thing. They put things in specific order. And so that's why, knowing this, I've gone, okay, what sort of order are they putting it in? The only post-resurrection place is in Acts chapter 12, verse 4. So to me, it makes perfect sense that the definition that they were using in other books that they were working on, that they were using in their preface, that the usage in England at the time was using, that they used Easter from that type of usage.
Okay? According to the preface, the King James translators did not employ a principle of rigidity when taking words from the donor language, Hebrew and Greek, and rendering them in the receptor language, English, which means in the minds of the translators, there are multiple acceptable ways of saying what? The same thing. And here's their quote on that, okay? Another thing we think good to admonish thee of, gentle reader, is that we have not tied ourselves to an uniformity of phrasing, or to an identify of words. I have to check that. That doesn't sound right. and some, as some peradventure would wish we had done. Do they know that what?
So Hugh Broughton, he wanted them to use the same word everywhere, and a bit wooden, like I don't even think Young's literal translation is like that, but sometimes it is. You read these interlinear ones, and they're very wooden, and so that's what Hugh Broughton wanted, and that was one of his complaints against the King James. So I think they're speaking against that, not specifically the issue that we have at hand here with Easter and Passover.
What they did is going to make some people mad. Did they do it anyway? Okay, why did they do it? Because they observed that some learned men somewhere have been as exact as they could that way. Truly, that we might not vary from the sense of that which we have translated, if the word signaled in the same in both places, for there be words that be not the same sense everywhere, they say, we were especially careful and made a conscience according to our duty, but that we should express the same notion in the same particular word, as for example, if we translate the Hebrew or Greek word as one's purpose, never to call it intent.
So look at these words that they're talking about in these examples: purpose or intent. It's not talking about like just a noun, like Jerusalem, or let's just call it a different name, or usually with nouns they keep them tight. There might be other names, but usually that's in the original. It might bring out that say Peter is called Cephas and all this sort of stuff, but when it comes to the English translation of that, usually they're very tight with that.
Or if one were journeying, never traveling.
Journeying or traveling, I don't think that's in the same league as like the most important Jewish feast, the Passover.
Or if one were think, never suppose. Or if one were pain, never ache. If one were joy, never gladness.
So notice they said a uniformity of phrasing, I think they said. So we've got to be very careful about, just putting this over the whole entire thing. Because we do know that the King James is very specific with words. And so that's one of the reasons why we love it so much, because it can get down to the nitty gritty, can be very, very specific. And so the clauses and phrases that make up a sentence, a sentence is something that is like a judgment call. Okay. So when you have nouns and verbs, adjectives, you have like 7 different. I like to sort of look at it like a bit of a lineup. When you got criminals lined up, you got like 7 of these guys lined up. And so if you're going to make a sentence, it's very similar to the whole concept of a judge sentencing someone. So a sentence is the final conclusion of the what makes up the sentence, which is the phrase and a clause, and it's got to make sense. It's a sentence. And so what's it using here? Is it using a proper name? Is it using a noun? Is it using a pronoun? Like you look at the thou, how specific this is. And are they just like, we can use whatever words we want there? We can just say, this and that. We can, it says this, but we want to translate it this other way. They're not just doing things haphazardly, are they? They're doing things very specifically, but they're saying at times that can vary. And so anyway.
If one were Passover, never Easter.
No, it's not part of those words.
Okay? Thus to mince the matter, we thought the savor more of curiosity than wisdom, and that rather it would breed the scorn in the atheist to bring profit to the goodly reader. For is the kingdom of God to become words or syllables, we should be in bondage to them, if we may be free, use one precisely, when we may use another no less fit. What are they saying? They are anticipating the exact allegation.
But with ecclesia, they're not just using church haphazardly. They're specifically using it for believers, specifically for Jews, specifically for a mixed congregation. Different words specifically. So they're saying, yes, we will use different words, but there's a purpose behind it. It's not just a haphazard thing.
They're anticipating the exact allegation that Pascha always means what? Passover. Well, it does always mean Passover, but there's another word in English to express that exact meaning, and it was what? Easter. And they chose to leave it in the text in Acts 12:4. And they tell you why they did it right there. Okay? So
it doesn't, what does it do? It doesn't help. It doesn't explain anything. And that's why most people are like, well, why have they done this? Why? There's got to be a reason why they've done it, because everything else has a reason why they've done it. And so, anyway, let's continue.
So, in other words, as long as an English word fits the sense of the Hebrew or Greek in a given passage, the King James translators did not lock themselves into rendering a given word from the donor language with the same word in the receptor language every time. This was done on purpose by the translators so as to enrich the translation, despite their knowledge that some would take issue with the practice. Such is the case.
So how is it enriching the translation? I just can't see that having a word that would mean something else. That was, obviously the translators before them were confused about where to use it. But they're just like, oh, well, we're just going to keep that type of confusion. They are renowned for clarifying. Yes, using all the Old English words from those Bibles, but clarifying and putting it in its correct place.
With how the translators chose to handle the Greek word Pascha. Either Easter or Passover were well suited for conveying the idea of the Jewish feast in what? In English. Okay? Now, so this ought to leave questions in your mind about how did they get this thing so wrong? Okay? So how did get it so wrong?
Okay, so he's going to start talking about Gib, and so I might fast forward it, but I'm not really sure exactly where he starts and finishes with Gib, so I'm just going to keep skipping through it. So just bear with me.
In the end, the King James Bible is correct in Acts 12:4, but not for the reasons identified by Gib, or those espoused by any other King James only advocate I have ever encountered.
Okay. So he's saying no King James only advocate has ever come to this conclusion that he's come to. Where I'm pretty sure that in my first video it wasn't my conclusion, but I pretty much showed exactly why I concluded what I did. And also I was very open to say, yes, this is a synonym. Passover, Easter, synonym. This is from Tyndale all the way through to the Bishop's Bible. After the Bishops, things changed, and then the usage started to change in England, and then the King James translators, they translated accordingly. So,
as stated in lesson 1, most King James advocates offer some form of the Gibb argument presented in the answer book for why Easter is correct in Acts 12:4. Essentially, Gibb and those who argue similarly make mistakes in each one of the following three categories: definitional, scriptural, and theological. Okay, so let's look at each one of those three. Definitional. The mistake here is found in substituting Hislop's false etymology regarding Ishtar Astarte for the true etymology set forth in the Oxford English Dictionary, Online Etymological Dictionary, and the Middle English Dictionary. Moreover, Dr. Gibb makes no attempt to discuss the pre-1611 translational history of the word Easter in the English Bible. Okay? So the problem is he's getting his definition from who? From Hislop. That is the first mistake. Okay? Mistake number two, scriptural. Dr. Gibb fails to compare Scripture with Scripture when he tells his readers that no other day other than the 14th is ever referred to as Passover. This is completely false, as demonstrated by Ezekiel 45:21 and Luke 22:1.
So I'm actually just leaving the Gibb stuff just in case he starts talking about it. So I'll just play it, and then we'll stop it at bits where it's important.
Verses that Dr. Gibb conveniently left out of his explanation. Why did Dr. Gibb leave these verses out of his explanation? Now listen, if he knows and he tells you that it's there 29 times, does he know how to use a concordance? Okay? So he's leaving information out on purpose. Okay? Why? The answer is because he must. In this way, we see the tension between the scriptures and the false etymology created by Hislop and embraced by Dr. Gibb. In an effort to explain why the King James Bible is not mistaken in its use of Easter in Acts 12:4, as Dr. Gibb has defined the term, he must overlook Ezekiel 45:21 and Luke 22:1 because they do not fit the paradigm he is seeking to advance. Okay? If Passover is ever used to refer to anything beyond the 14th, or could be proven to include the days of unleavened bread, which begin on the 15th and end on the 21st, then the modern versions would be right and the King James wrong, according to the way Dr. Gibb has structured his argument. You see what's going on here? Okay? So recall from lesson 1 that he admits as much in the answer book. Now I'm just going to read the bold. No, we've got to read the whole thing. He says, even though the Jewish Passover was held in mid-April, the 14th, and the pagan festival of Easter was held later the same month, how do we know that Herod was referring to Easter in Acts 12:4 and not the Jewish Passover? Now watch what he says. He says, if he was referring to the Passover, the translation of Pascha as Easter is incorrect. What did I just prove to you? That he is referring to what? The Jewish Passover. That Luke is referring to the Jewish Passover.
But I just don't see that. And I've sort of mentioned this before, but yeah, as I just mentioned, and this is just going off the top of my head, I could read the verse and probably get a few more Christian things out of it, but it's like he's killed James, he's going to kill Peter, and it goes on to talk about how Peter was released by miracle. And Luke, a born-again Christian, is writing this, who no doubt was celebrating the Christian celebration of Pascha, the Christian Pascha, the same time the Jews were celebrating their one. So when it's like, well, Herod sought to release him after Easter, the audience would have just read Pascha, okay? So for the Christians who read that, the Jews aren't getting the book of Acts and going, oh, let's read through this. The Christians are getting it, and they're reading through it, seeing Pascha, that it's a one coin word. It's just one word that has two distinct sides. One side it has the Jewish Passover, the other side it has Easter. So this is what it's become in English. Now in every other language, it's mostly just Pasch and Pasch, or something like that. Pasqua and Pasqua. Okay, so they read through it and they see that these these two celebrations are the same, because in their language, when you say, you know, Happy Easter, you say Happy Pasqua. When you say, you know, Happy Passover, you say Happy. Usually, you make the context Jewish Pasqua, but it's like they see these things as joint. In English, just because we have these two words, we tend to, you know, separate these things enormously. But knowing that the day that Jesus rose from the dead was the first Easter, the next year was the second Easter, the third year, and so regardless of whether they knew it or not, the old has gone. It's finished. Okay. Yes, the Jews are still doing their thing, but the Christians at the exact same day and time and everything are doing their thing as well. And so they're celebrating that week. The Jews are like, oh, let's do this. Let's kill the lamb. Let's do this. Let's do that. The Christians are like, hey, let's talk about Jesus being the lamb. Let's talk about Jesus, you know, dying on the cross and the blood of Jesus and the resurrection. That's what they were doing over Pascha. So I just don't think that Bryan Ross has made the case enough to go, this is only just speaking about a Jewish thing. When the audience is Christian, the writers are Christian, and the main people involved is not Herod, is not just the Jews, it's James and Peter. That's who are the main focus here. Herod and the Jews are just, they're just things in the background.
So if he's referring to the Passover, the translation of Pascha as Easter is incorrect. If he was indeed referring to the pagan holiday, or holy day, Easter, then the King James Bible 1611 must truly be the very words of God, for it is the only Bible in print today which has the correct reading. So what's he doing? Again, okay. Before moving off this point, a further observation regarding Dr. Gibb's exposition is in order. Above we noted that Dr. Gibb failed to note the connection between Passover and the days of unleavened bread in Matthew 26, 17, and 18. This oversight on Gibb's part is curious, given the fact that he clearly references Matthew 26, 17 through 19 on two different occasions in his explanation for why Easter is not a mistake in the King James Bible in the answer book. Twice on page 8, Dr. Gibb uses Matthew 26, 17 through 18 to support an alternative point that the Jews, about the Jews not being adverse to killing Christ during the Passover. Now look at, he said, we're just going to read the first one and I'll point out the second one. Second, he could not have been waiting until after Passover because he thought the Jews would not kill a man during a religious holiday. They had killed Jesus during the Passover, and then what verses does he give? He gives you two verses that inextricably that connect Passover with what? So in the very point he's trying to make, he's giving you verses that contradict his point. Okay? Now you can see the other one there later on down. I want to go to the next point for the sake of time. From this we observe that Dr. Gibb referenced a passage, Matthew 26, 17 through 18, that contradicts the point he is endeavoring to make in the very paragraph in which he referenced it. Therefore, we conclude that Dr. Gibb knows how to use a concordance and was very aware of verses such as Matthew 45, 21, or excuse me, Ezekiel 45, 21, Matthew 26, 17 through 18, and Luke 22, 1, but chose to ignore them in his exposition because they did not fit the doctrinal paradigm he was seeking to advance. So there's a definitional problem, there's a scriptural problem. Okay? Third is a theological problem. Dr. Gibb's exposition is theologically confused. At one point, he offers the following reason for why Herod could not have waited until after Passover to release Peter. He says on page 8, Peter was no longer considered a Jew. He had repudiated Judaism. The Jews would have no reason to be upset by Herod's actions. Really? Is this a dispensationally accurate statement? No. Had Peter, the leader of the little flock, repudiated Judaism? Okay? Did we not observe above that Peter and the other apostles were laboring during the early Acts period to save their kinsmen according to the flesh? It was Peter and the apostles who stayed in Jerusalem when the persecution broke out following the death of Stephen. Acts 8:1, we read that earlier. The bottom line here is this. Gibbs' assessment of what is going on in Acts 12 is based at least in part on a faulty dispensational theology. Peter agrees to limit his ministry at the Jerusalem Council in Acts 15 to the circumcision, after Gibbs says that Peter had repudiated Judaism as of Acts 12. Folks, I'm sorry, okay? No mid-Acts Pauline dispensationalist has any response, can repeat Gibbs' explanation in any way, shape, manner, or form and have any credibility. Because it is completely wrong. It's completely wrong. It's wrong in its definitions, it's wrong in its scriptural approach, it's wrong in its theological approach. Okay? Gibbs is showing you where he is coming from here in his exposition. Okay? So, in this way, wait a minute, where am I at? Furthermore, in the context of Acts 12, the Jews had not asked Peter to do anything. The Jews had not asked Herod to do anything with respect to Peter. Herod did that on his own when he saw how happy they were at his actions toward James in verse 1. The circumstances were completely different in Acts 12 than they were in Matthew 26 when the Jews demanded the execution of Jesus. Rather than create a scene by executing Peter during the Jewish feast of unleavened bread / Passover, Herod elected to wait until after the Paschal week was over. Why? Because he would have upset the very people that he was trying to what? Please. Hello. In this way, we see that a matrix of poor definitional, scriptural, and theological thinking caused Gibb to misidentify the events, should say Acts 12, or Acts 12. Okay? Again, just cruising through this. Again, we don't have time to stop for questions, but does everybody understand the fundamental things here that I'm pointing out? Yeah. Okay. I am being very hard on Gibb here. I admit it. Okay, and I'm not going to apologize for it, because here's a guy who's trying to advance the King James Bible as inerrant based upon some pretty bad study. Okay? I think it's right ultimately, but his reason for why it's right is completely wrong and off base. It's off base definitionally, scripturally, and theologically. Okay? Now, there's another view out there, the Christian view of Passover. Other more informed defenders.
Okay, so here we go. So I guess I just played probably 15 minutes of stuff that wasn't really that relevant, and I probably should have gone through and really worked out exactly where this was mentioned. But so anyway, from this point on, I'm going to be critiquing it. So there's about 12 minutes of information here. And so this will show you the exact difference between my position and Bryan Ross's position.
Of the King James Bible have advanced a different argument than the one enunciated by Dr. Gibb. These folks have broken free from the false etymology advanced by Hislop and realized that historically Easter was used to refer to both the Christian festival and the Jewish feast day. These believers therefore reject the traditional King James Version only defense of Easter in Acts 12:4 on pagan grounds, and instead argue that Luke was referencing a Christian celebration as opposed to a pagan or Jewish one. The King James Bible Today article, Easter Passover in Acts 12:4, is emblematic of this approach, as is the YouTube video titled, Why We Should Not Pass Over Easter. No, I got my title before I saw this video. Okay? So just...
Okay, so he's mentioning my my first video, I guess.
And I thought of it before I saw that, and then I'm like, ooh, that's pretty similar. But anyway, this position is justified on the grounds that the King James translators rendered Pascha as Easter only one time in Acts 12:4 after the resurrection. In contrast, before the resurrection, or in clear references to the Jewish feast, as in 1 Corinthians 5:7 and Hebrews 11:28, the translators used Passover exclusively. Therefore, those holding this view maintain that the King James translators reserved Passover for references to maintain that the King James translators reserved Passover for references to the Jewish holy day and confine Easter to the post-resurrection Christian festival. It is believed by those holding this view that this practice on the part of the King James translators served to settle the use of this terminology for the English language. In other words, from 1611 onward, Passover would be confined to meaning and usage to the Jewish festival, whereas Easter would apply exclusively to the Christian commemoration of the resurrection.
Exactly.
There's probably a little bit of truth in that, and that did happen that way over time. I don't think, though, that that's what the translators were attempting to do when they were doing their work. Okay?
Okay, so why?
Okay. So while this view is an improvement over the pagan view advanced by Dr. Gipp and others, it still falls short for the following reasons.
Okay, so here we go.
First, it ignores the clear Jewish context of Acts 12 outlined above.
Okay, so let's look at this Jewish context. Acts 12. Acts chapter 12. Now, about that time, Herod the king, and so who was Herod the king? He was basically the Herod dynasty had built a lot of the temple in the second temple period. So Herod, he was, his dynasty, we're talking about a lot of different people who were named Herod. But the Herod around Jesus's time he wanted to see Jesus. He beheaded John the Baptist. He's got a lot to do with Jewish people. Okay. And so he's got a lot to do with the Bible and everything like that. So about that time, Herod the king stretched forth his hands to vex certain of the church. Why is he doing this? So who's the most important thing here? If you're reading this and you're a born-again Christian, is it Herod or is it the church? He's stretching forth his hand. He's persecuting the church. That's the most important thing. He killed James, the leader of the church. So, I know Billy Graham's off the wall, absolutely, but it's like, someone killing Billy Graham. It's like, he was one of the main guys. And by this time, the church is huge. Thousands and thousands of people. And he's killed James, the brother of John, with the sword. So who's the most important thing here? The church, James. He's the brother of John. He killed him with the sword. And then when he did this, he saw that it pleased the Jews. The Jews were happy with these Christians dying. They're like, yeah, good on you, Herod. So he proceeded further to take Peter also. Is Peter an important player? Who's the most important person here? James is dead. Herod's the king. He's taken Peter. So the Christians would be very frantically worried about Peter, wouldn't they? And as you read through it, the whole story's about Peter, a Christian story. Does it talk much about the Jews and all that? It doesn't really even, it might say, he sent his angel out of the hand of Herod and from the expectation of the people of the Jews. And then later on, I think in that chapter, doesn't Herod die? And it's like, Herod was displeased with these people. It says immediately an angel smote him and he died of worms. And then were the days of unleavened bread. Okay. So specifically saying it's around that period, around the time of the Passover. Okay. So when Herod, had apprehended him, he put him in prison and delivered him to 4 quaternions of soldiers, intending after Easter to bring him forth to the people. Now, Herod, do you think he would have known about Jesus and about Christians? Or was he just completely ignorant of the whole thing? He would have specifically known the differences between the Jews and the Christians of those days. He would have known the differences between the Sadducees, the Pharisees, different groups, probably even the Essenes, different groups around that time. Herod would have known about this. Herod would have known about what's happened with the church. Okay. Now he's gotten James and killed him. Why? Why has he done that? Then he's gotten Peter, and he's going to kill him too. Okay. So you got to think this is written by Luke, who's a born-again Christian, and he's saying that he's intending after the Pascha to bring him forth to the people. Okay. So if you're a Jew, you read that Pascha as the Jewish Passover. But if you're a Christian, you see the Jewish Passover as being fulfilled with the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus. So you see it as the Christian celebration of Easter, the Christian Pascha. So that's what you read. When in the early church writings, if someone was to say, yes, well, people came around and we celebrated Pascha, what do you think they're doing Passover? No, they're celebrating Easter. It's on the same day as Passover. It's on the same days. It's the celebration is pretty much identical. So that's why you have the Quartodeciman controversy, because people started doing it the same day the Jews were doing it. Okay, so can you imagine that? Like the stigma, if you were just like, well, I don't really care if the Jews are doing it on the 14th. I'm going to wait until the resurrection, and I'm going to break my fast then, or whatever. It's like, oh, what? You're not going to eat the Passover with us? So there would have been a lot of pressure in those times to do the Jewish feasts. And so, but the Christians, they had their own way of celebrating things. And no one in Christian history was just saying, we just don't celebrate it. They were all celebrating it, but it just depended on what day they were doing it. That's the only reason why they were having these conflicts. So it would make sense to see Polycarp, Aniset, a whole bunch of early church writers who were saying, I got my tradition from John or whatever. It's like they're saying that they got this Easter tradition from the apostles themselves. Okay. But it's all called Pascha. So it's a bit like imagine Christmas as it is now, with people just spending thousands of dollars on gifts and and Santa Claus and reindeers and silly songs about jingle bells and all this. Like, imagine if just say there was a huge revival, right, here in Australia, and like every second person's a Christian all of a sudden. It's like, wow. And then we're like, well, what about this Christian what about this secular Christmas stuff? Maybe we could just rename it something, and we can celebrate the birth of Jesus, but the way that we want it. We're not going to sing jingle bells or have Santa Claus. We're going to have, yes, we'll have the manger scene. Yes, we'll sing Christmas carols. Yes, we'll do, and we'll call it, Jesus' birthday. Okay. So you've had Christmas there earlier, but then you got I'm talking about, the way that it's been, totally transformed into like a secular thing that everyone celebrates. But then the Christians are like, well, we want to do it on the same day, but we're going to call it Jesus' birthday, and that's it. We're not going to call it Christmas anymore because it's been tainted. And so that's the type of thing that's happening here. People have a past that they didn't really even just change the name. They just kept exactly the same name. They kept the same days, the same dates, everything, but they're just celebrating it in a different way. And so just because here in the future now we have two separate, the Passover and Easter, and they're on different dates, well, back then they were on the same day. It was the same times. The same week was the Paschal week. And so for the Christians, they're looking at Easter. According to English people now, if I was to say, okay, what Paschal were the Christians looking at? Were they looking at the Passover, or were they looking at the Christian celebrations? Like, well, they were obviously the Christians, so they're looking at the Christian celebration. They happen at the same time. It's a one coin. It's got two sides to it. Okay, it's very easy to understand. So when he had apprehended him, he put him in prison, delivered him to 4 quaternions of soldiers to keep him, intending after Easter. Luke would have been looking at the Christian festival to bring him forth to the people. Now, I know some people say, well, doesn't Luke even write Passover, back in the Gospel of Luke? Well, the resurrection hadn't happened yet. You know what I mean? And so understanding that the Pascha before the resurrection always meant Passover in Luke's mind. But now there's 2 distinct sides of this coin. It used to just have one side. Now it's like, the Lamb of God who takes away the sin of the world. This is the main theme of Christianity. This is a time for celebrating what Jesus did. So Peter was kept in prison, but prayer was made without ceasing of the church of God for him. So where's just this Jewish context? And when Herod would have brought him forth that same night, Peter was sleeping between 2 soldiers, bound with 2 chains, and the keepers before the door kept the prison. And behold, the angel of the Lord came upon him, and a light shined in the prison, and he smote Peter on the side and raised him up, saying, Arise up quickly, and his chains fell off from his hands. And the angel said to him, Gird thyself, and bind on thy sandals. And so he did. And he said unto him, Cast thy garment about thee, and follow me. And when he went out and followed him, he wist not that it was true which was done by the angel, but he thought it was a vision. And I could keep going on and reading about how he went to the house, and they're having a massive prayer meeting. So what's the lesson here? That Peter got fully delivered. James got killed, but Peter got delivered from Herod, and the Jews wanted this to happen. But what's the main theme here is Christians, you know what I mean? And what are these guys doing in the house? They're all together. What are they doing? They're having Easter. They're celebrating the Christian Pascha. Yes, the Jews are probably at their house, doing whatever they're doing. But it says, he came to the house of Mary, the mother of John, whose name was Mark, and many were gathered together praying. So this is the time this is the festive week. This is like having, between Christmas and New Year's sort of thing. It's like people have got time off. This is holidays. This is, and what is that? That's called Easter. To us, it was called Pascha to them. And the Jews were doing stuff in their house, and the Christians were doing stuff in their house.
Third, it does not take into account the clear cross references connecting the days of unleavened bread with the Jewish Passover. That was second. What I say? Okay, I'm on 3. Third, it makes. Okay, so he's saying it doesn't make. It doesn't look at the references between the Feast of Unleavened Bread and the Passover. Well, I think it was pretty clear that I said that it was pretty much the same festive week. So, which is the exact opposite of what Gip was saying. And it was very specific in a sense where it's like, I was being specific according to the Old Testament, where you had the Passover celebration, then follows the 7 days of unleavened bread. So I was like using that designation, where to just call the whole thing
the days of unleavened bread or the whole thing the Passover. That seems to be what the Jews did. They just called the whole thing like that. So I'd sort of pointed out the original intent of it and thinking that that still applied, where the Jews had probably, just gone, oh, we call the whole thing unleavened bread now. And so, but that's not, that's just like something that you go, big deal. You know what I mean? It's like, and in an article that I wrote in 2005, and as I said, even when I was going through that video, I was stopping it going, well, I probably wouldn't even say that now anymore. It's just like a bit of a waste of time, because I do have the conclusion that the whole thing is a Passover week. And the Jewish festival and the Christian festival all occur in that week. So it's the one word, the one coin with two sides to it, the Jewish side and the Christian side.
The dispensational assumption that Peter, James, and John and their followers in Jerusalem were automatically Christians after the resurrection, in the sense that they were no longer following the Mosaic law or Israel's holy days outlined therein.
Okay, but they were. If you understand what Easter is, it comes out of Passover. So because Jesus on the 14th of Nisan, on the Wednesday night, he was saying to his disciples, he was breaking bread and doing everything like that, and he's saying, you do this in remembrance of me. Okay, so they were going to have the Passover the next day, but he got crucified the next day. They never ever had that Passover celebration together. They had a precursor night to it, but it was on the 14th still. But so
fourth, the producer of the YouTube video, Why We Should Not Pass Over Easter, quotes the Oxford English Dictionary at the end of his video to prove that Easter could refer to the Jewish Passover, but then fails to mention that Acts 12:4 is used in the very same dictionary as an example of the Jewish Passover.
And so the reason I did that was because if I was to put a quote for every time I had a dictionary reading that was wrong, or I had to include the things that I think are wrong in it, I would just be there forever. And so there are quotes by Philip Schaff, by people who I've used quotes, I've data mined and gone through and gotten quotes. I'm not going to go through and say, well, later on they said this and said that, and I'm just sort of making my case, you know what I mean? And so by saying that it's obsolete, that the synonyms of Easter and Passover, that became obsolete. That was my main point. It wasn't to say that the Oxford English Dictionary is always correct, or the Oxford English Dictionary I had to get into, well, they said it's Acts chapter 12, verse 4, but I think they're incorrect, because it's just like a whole nother can of worms that I have to open. And so, and I'm already going through proving that most of these dictionaries are wrong with their pagan festival concepts. And so I just put, okay, just as the Oxford English Dictionary says this, this, and this. And so I put in the bit that suited what I'm saying, okay? So in other words, I'm saying they recognized that there was formerly, Easter and Passover were formerly synonyms. Now, they say that the King James translation included those synonyms, where my whole case was that it's, the trend had gotten to the point where in the preface they use Easter. In the complete works of Chrysostom, they're using Easter and Passover in exactly the same semantic range that I'm talking about. And so, obviously I'm just like, okay, well, that's what the Oxford English Dictionary says. But because, see, that's where he finishes, Bryan Ross is like, well, I've grabbed a hold of that, and it says Acts chapter 12 verse 4 there, so I'm going to say that that's how it fits there. Where I think my whole video disproves that. So why would I just put that there? I guess I could have a footnote with it all there and all the rest of it. But at the time, it was just sort of like, well, here's another dictionary with another thing, but they actually do mention what I'm talking about in a sense where they used to be synonymous. Now, if I get into the minutiae and go, well, they're actually saying that Acts chapter 12 in the King James was still synonymous, obviously I'm making the case completely against that with all the videos that I'm making and all the articles that I'm writing. So you have to take the whole article, because I do clearly go through saying that Easter and Passover synonyms, Easter, Passover synonyms, but then I'm like, well, the King James translators, they put it in its correct semantic range because it's the only place after the resurrection where it's warranted to put it in. And so I'm making all these claims. And so I'm saying that no one, these dictionaries are wrong. These dictionaries are wrong on the pagan thing, and Christians are wrong to say, it should just be Passover. So I mean, sometimes I quote, what was it? I think it was to do with like unicorn. It was Driver Brown Briggs or something like that. And they had exactly the same concept that I had. And so I put that in my article, or I think I mentioned it in a debate. But would I go to them all the time, or would I just trust? Like if they had said half good and then a little bit bad at the end, I'd just leave that off. It's like Adam Clark. He says things about Easter as well, and so should I put all of that in there, or just say, well, Adam Clark mentions this? Do I have to go into absolutely everything that he says? I mean, I've sort of, I've given the reference. People can check it for themselves and go, okay. And that's where Brent, I think it is, Brent Biggs was constantly, harping at me about the Oxford English Dictionary. And that's why I looked up mistakes in the Oxford English Dictionary and showed that there were hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of mistakes that they're just wrong, they're factually wrong, and some really silly things. And so, because it's like, look, my whole case it's a huge case. It's not like I've just mentioned one tiny little thing. My whole case is making a case against what, say, the Oxford English Dictionary is saying there. So why would I promote that? It just seems strange.
Okay. So given the totality of the evidence, the conclusion that Easter in Acts 12:4 is a reference to the Jewish feast of Passover is the soundest conclusion that one can arrive at. Okay. Now, my final thoughts. And I have 8 minutes. Final thoughts. While we have been very critical of Dr. Gibb in these lessons, we cannot let James R. White off the hook either. Recall from lesson 1 that White accepted the notion that Easter was pagan in origin and used it to argue that Easter was a mistranslation of Pascha in Acts 12:4. If Dr. White had adequately done his homework, he would have known that etymologically Easter was a perfectly acceptable way of rendering or referring to the Jewish Passover. Moreover, he would have observed the long history of translating the Greek word as...
I mean, I gave James White my articles back in, I think, 2008. And that's when he called me a Ruckman.
The Greek word...
So I wonder if that was before his second edition of the KJV only controversy.
Pascha as Easter in English prior to 1611. These observations regarding the suspect scholarship of Dr. White on this point highlight an important overall takeaway. The anti-King James / modern version side of the textual version debate does not have the market cornered in terms of scholarship, as many have falsely assumed. Both sides have fallen prey to the notion that preservation requires verbatim identicality of wording, which has led them to advance unscriptural notions regarding the doctrine of preservation. One side confines inspiration and inerrancy to the non-existent original autographs as a means of accounting for variant readings. Meanwhile, the other side ignores the existence of variant readings and insists upon perfect or verbatim preservation by faith for faith's sake. In this way, the debate regarding Easter in Acts 12:4 is a microcosm of the greater textual version debate. King James only advocates, such as Dr. Gibb, claim that the King James Bible is inerrant. This invites modern version advocates, such as Dr. White, to prove that the King James Version is not inerrant. Thus, we have the current controversy regarding Easter in Acts 12:4 in the King James Bible. As soon as a King James advocate says it's perfect, then that just is going to elicit people to say, no, it's not. Look here, 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 and here. Okay? Now, as soon as they say, no, it's not, look here, here, and here, and here, what verse comes up? Acts 12:4. Right? Now, what's Gibbs' response? Gibbs' response is, I got to have an explanation for why that has to be what? Easter. Why it could never be what? So when he does that, is he trying to defend verbatim identicality? So let's look at the next point. Meanwhile, confined by the standard of verbatim identicality for perfect preservation, Dr. Gibb endeavors to defend why the only correct reading of Pascha in Acts 12:4 is Easter. For him, it's never even a question based upon, what was the term I used earlier? Hang on. I'll find it, don't worry. Okay. Oh, uniformity of phrasing, that's what the translators use, right? Gibb never even entertains the idea that in Acts 12:4 that couldn't be anything other than what? Easter. It has to be what? So now what we got to do is we got to come up with an explanation for why it's what? Easter. I already showed you the tension that he has in his mind in a previous point. Okay? So, in the mind of Dr. Gibb, there is no possible way that Luke is talking about Passover in Acts 12, or God would have providentially caused the translators to use that word. Boy, that's getting real close to a second inspiration view.
Yeah, they mysteriously left that out in their explanation. The feeling of
Who did? Yeah, the translators never said that. They said, we made this choice. Therefore he proceeds to erect a justification for that exact word. This is done without even considering that there might be a different way of saying the same thing. In this way, Gibbs' preconceptions limit the scope of his research before he has even commenced his investigation. Now, I know I'm getting real technical and logical here. Hopefully you're following. This explains why he ignores the clear cross-references in Ezekiel 45:21, Matthew 26, and Luke 22. His explanatory model does not know how to account for those verses. Because if he allows for a second for Passover and the days of unleavened bread for Passover to refer the entire time, now he's got a problem with what? That. And he's already decided that means what? Pagan, Astarte, Ishtar, and all that stuff, right? So, because he's already decided that, he takes that idea to the text, and he only is going to talk about those verses that prove what he thinks based upon a preconception. Now, all of this highlights the need that King James Bible believers, all this highlights the need that King James Bible believers must go the extra mile in their study of the King James Bible. Those who adopt a pro-King James stance will often cite the King James Bible's archaic forms and manners of speaking as being more precise than modern English in their ability to convey biblical truth. While I wholeheartedly agree with this notion, it also mandates that additional study is in order to understand what the words meant, or what words meant in the early 17th century when the translation was made. Too often, King James advocates ascribe modern usage and meaning to words that did not necessarily mean the same thing in the early 17th century. Is everybody following that? Okay? This study of Easter stands out as a case in point. Modern readers are completely unaware that Easter had a long history of being used as a reference to the Jewish Passover. It was only by looking at pre-1611 English translations as well as etymological dictionaries that a clear understanding emerged. Consider the illustration of the United States Constitution. I am not saying that the Constitution was inspired. I'm just using this as an illustration. I'm not a Mormon, okay? Written in the late 18th century, the Constitution, like the King James Bible, contains some archaic language. In our day, people argue about the nature of the Constitution. Strict constructionists view the Constitution as a fixed, static document that means what it says, whereas loose constructionists view the Constitution as a fluid document that is subject to societal and cultural interpretation. In order to understand the nature of what is being said, strict constructionists will appeal to what words meant in the late 1700s when the Constitution was drafted as justification for their strict interpretation. Moreover, the Federalist and Anti-Federalist papers are viewed as commentaries on the original intent of America's founders and framers. Strict constructionists will appeal to these sources in order to establish original intent or what the Constitution meant at the time of its drafting. Is everybody following that illustration so far? Okay? By comparison, King James advocates need to be concerned with the original intent of the translators in terms of how they understood and used certain words. Consequently, a willingness to go the extra mile in terms of research is occasionally in order on the part of King James advocates to make sure their understanding of a particular English word corresponds with how the translators understood/used that particular word. Just as the Federalist and Anti-Federalist papers, in addition to dictionaries from the time period, aid in establishing the original intent of the Constitution, entomological and early 17th century dictionaries, as well as pre-1611 English translations of the Textus Receptus, aid in establishing the meaning of English words in the early 1600s. Sometimes, as in the case of Easter, King James advocates need to be willing to go the extra mile in their study in order to arrive at sound conclusions. We are right on the meter. So next Sunday, we will not have class. We're going to have our Easter breakfast. We're going to have here at the church, and then we'll come and cook breakfast, and everyone is invited. We encourage you to invite your family and friends out too.
Okay, so one thing there he was pointing out with Sam Gipp is Sam Gipp sees the word Easter and goes, well, I have to defend it at all costs. And so he's like, well, it can never be Passover, it can never be anything but Easter. Okay. Where I didn't come to this issue like that. I came to this issue thinking that it should be Passover. Okay. So it's my motivation hasn't been like Gipp just to defend the King James. I've actually gone into this trying to disprove the King James reading. And then in my studies, I've realized, no, actually Easter is a good reading. And then the more I studied it, the more I realized actually that there's an amazing truth here. And understanding that this was related to the resurrection, especially since this historically has been the most important feast of the Christians, you know, from date dot, pretty much, all the way through to today. I know we got Christmas, but it's sort of like, well, that's not strictly a biblical feast, but it's fine to do it. You know, I'm not against people who want to do it. But obviously, you know, I would say don't do it in the secular way. But with Easter, it's like, well, this is something that Christians have done for quite a long time, 2,000 years. And so I think. Well, let me just look at some things. Like I was just looking up some words because I just remember when I was talking to the Mormons in my town here, they were saying that they believed in the Trinity. Okay, and so, but we've got to understand what they say about the Trinity and what I say about the Trinity. It's a completely different thing. Okay, so the early church were looking at the coin, the word Pascha. So the Jews were looking at it saying, that's Moses, we're disciples of Moses. That's our Passover. That's our, when we kill a lamb at a certain time and celebrate that type of thing. And the Christians were looking at that same word Pascha and saying, that's Jesus. He's resurrected from the dead. He shed his blood. He is the Lamb of God that takes away the sin of the world, just like John the Baptist said. They're looking at all of that, but they're looking at the same thing. So it doesn't matter if Bryan Ross proves that it's more Passover-like or more Jewish, or if I prove it's more Christian or whatever, because it's the same thing. It's the same festival. Just like the Mormons are saying, hey, we've got a Trinity. I'm like, yeah, I've got a Trinity. But we're both using the same word, but we've both got completely different worldviews. The Jews and the Christians had moved far away from each other. They both had different worldviews. One is a shadow and type. The other one is for a complete fulfillment. One doesn't have a Messiah involved. The other one does, has the Jewish Messiah. One has an actual animal, a lamb. The other one has Jehovah, the Son of God, being killed. So there's a huge difference, but it's on the same time. It's the same word, Pascha, being used. So when it comes to, Bryan Ross is sort of like, well, you got to look at the etymology of these words. I think I have looked at the etymology of these words. I think I've answered every critic that's ever come my way quite successfully, because every now and then someone would just, full on, attack me, or not attack me, but attack my position. And I would specifically set aside the time to answer everything that they'd said. And so when I was confronted with like 20 places where after the 1611 translation, where they use the words synonymously, I debunked every single one of them. And even I was saying, look, I'm not saying that this just spread throughout England and no one was using these as synonyms ever again. If they do find one, it's like, well, okay, well, someone, but the usage had changed. And so this had changed by 1611. And all the examples that I was showing were quotations of older Bibles, or people talking about older Bibles, or people talking about, or it was like a translation from an old book from French or something like that into English, but it was like 30 years older or something, and they were just quoting that, so it was all this type of strange stuff. There wasn't one where I was like, oh, you got me. So the usage is against Bryan Ross. The usage in the King James itself is against Bryan Ross. For them just to be sort of haphazardly just going, well, we can use Easter or Passover, wherever. Why is it only in the, out of 29 places, the only one place where it's the post-resurrection place in Acts chapter 12, verse 4, after the resurrection? Clearly, to me, that's by design. That's where the semantic range. It's the place where it fits. If they put Easter in like Luke somewhere, I'd just be like, I don't know why they did it, but they put it there. And to me, when you look at the usage of other words, the translation of ecclesia with church, congregation, and assembly specifically for certain people. The King James is like that. The King James is very specific. We know we can say by faith alone, grace alone, not by works of righteousness. You know, we can say these things, and two Christians can be seeing something completely different. Someone can be fully works based, but they're saying, "Hey, I trust in Jesus by faith. My faith in Christ has saved me." And we know that people can look, you know, a once saved, always saved person would look at that and say, "Hey, yeah, see it differently than someone who's like a works-based salvationist." And so I'm just thinking of other words here, like even like the word prophet, like for a Christian, it's different to other religions. You know, they can look at this word. I'm just thinking of but I think you guys get the drift. I think you get the drift. Okay. Like the afterlife for Christians, it's either heaven or hell. But for a Buddhist, the word afterlife means something completely different. And so, anyway, I think that I've gone for 5 hours. Can you believe that? My voice is gone. My coconut water is run out. It's dry. And for us here in Australia, it's Good Friday. And so it's 2 o'clock in the morning here. That's why I'm struggling a little bit. So I think I'll just leave it there. And what I will probably do, so we've got the Will Kinney thing coming up on, I guess that's happening in about 30 hours or something like that. Will Kinney interview, that'll be really good. And Will Kinney, he believes in the same Easter concept that I do. So does the KJV Today author. So does Scott Jones. And I think anyone who really focuses in on those concepts will see that truth. So I'm not sure if, because Brian did mention, you know, were these people Christians? Were they, they were still following the law and the little flock and all this sort of stuff. And so he's talking about mid-Acts dispensationalism. So to me, he is sort of rejecting the concepts that I'm saying because it's not fitting in with his dispensational view. And so I'm not bound by that type of thing. I'm just more flexible in a sense where I'm not a mid-Acts person. I guess some people call it hyper-dispensationalism, but he might say that he's not. But at the end of the day, I think I've got a very, very good case. And I'll debate anyone. I'll debate Brian. I know he probably wouldn't want to debate. We seem to be on very friendly terms. I'm always sharing his videos about the King James. And so the thing is, too, it's sort of like, when someone is very similar to you and has similar ideas or similar knowledge or whatever, and you can sort of dislike them for that because it's like, oh, they've stolen my idea, or they've got they're saying the same thing that I would say, and you just, after a while, you can sort of be like, yeah, but I want to say that. And so I think there can be a little bit of that with Bryan Ross, where I'm sort of like, well, he's got the book, Don't Pass Over Easter. It's got a similar name. It's got a lot of similar content, but it's just siding with the Oxford English Dictionary, where I believe I'm not just siding with the Oxford English Dictionary. I'm siding with usage. I'm siding with etymology. that the etymology of Easter means resurrection. I think the King James translators knew this very, very well, and wanted to have the ecclesiastical words in their translation, but had to be very clever in how they did that. So even Adam Clark says it's an ecclesiastical word, and so but then he says it's related to a pagan thing, so he says that as well. So it's interesting. Okay, well, I think I'm done. So thanks for joining us, guys. God bless you, and we will see you again soon. And have a good Easter. Eat some Easter eggs on purpose. Have a bit of Easter chocolate, and go and pat a bunny, because it's springtime in the northern hemisphere. I'm sure there are rabbits running around everywhere. Go and find a rabbit, scratch him on the head, and give him a carrot, and enjoy Easter. God bless.